Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
This is the next search on February 28, 2020, 7:44 p.m. How, period, does the FBI find people? And people is misspelled P-E-O-O-P-L-E. Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Or she found out?
What more do you need to see?
Good Friday morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I'm tiny in the corner here. I am the Recovery Addict. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. There we go. Feeling a little bigger. Had a little Alice in Wonderland moment there for a second. All right, where are we here? Let's see. Seats are working. I have no idea who won chat today. Let's see. Scroll. All right, somebody's going to have to fess up. Okay, now's the time to out your neighbor. We need to know who won the internet. Red Pen says, I think it was M. M? Was that you? Melpoy, wasn't me. I wish it was me. It was a one-letter username. So I'm going to go with M. Well, I've got one person saying it's M. Red Pen, usually you're quite trustworthy, so I think we can do that. But yeah, let's do that. Let's say it's M. M it is. M, where are you at? You can't hide now. M. 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 You can't wait forever. I've got all day. Okay. Let's see. Where is M? Let's see. Whoa. I'm a retired SAS of 35 years from Perth, Australia, and I've just been recalled to duty. Oh, my goodness, Andrew. Wow.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Thank you for your service, and at the same time,
Send someone with
prayers
more
for you.
experience.
Wow, that is, I'm sure, is completely unexpected. All right, M is somewhere. M is hiding. Congrats, M. It could be M. We're going to do this. M, apparently you were first in chat, and that cannot be overlooked. It comes with its consequences. We're going to sentence you to internet ownership, and I think we're going to double sentence you. We're going to make you have to do this all weekend long as well, because you skipped out on the sentencing, which is happening right now, which that's just not cool. Yeah, that's just not cool. You've got to fess up if you're the winner. Let's see. It was Jennifer Juniper, says Abby. I've got other people saying it was M. Is that M is hiding from responsibility? I see Jennifer's my first message too. We have a bench marked out for M. All right, we are having a good time. Hopefully M steps up and takes care of the internet, or else the whole world could just crumble into a mess. Can you imagine what the world would be like with one full day of no internet? Let's see. Sharon says no. Sharon says Jennifer Juniper won the interweb this morning. Jennifer Juniper. Is this, let's see. Jennifer, where are you at? Oh, there you are. Aha. Wearing my invisibility cloak. We're gonna say we're gonna lock up M just for being gone. because absence is a crime in and of itself. Jennifer Juniper, first in chat today. Congratulations. We are going to sense you with internet ownership. We're much more happy to do this because you're here. So we know the internet will get taken care of. Even with your invisibility cloak, you'll take care of things. Yes, being first in chat does come with a punishment. We like somebody to do it. It's a three-peat. Not your first time offense. Three-peat. Repeat offender, almost habitual offender. So congratulations, Jennifer Juniper, on your third time. I guess it's 3 strikes and you're out, if we're talking crime, right? But anyway, we are here. We're here now. So Jennifer, congratulations. You are the winner of the internet. If you'd like to commemorate this occasion, you can buy a copy of your criminal record by going online, clicking the YouTube page for Recovery Addict, go all the way over to the shopping tab, and just pay the low fee of 50 cents, and you can download your own copy of your criminal record commemorating your win in certificate form in a digital download. Just fill in the blank. Congratulations, Jennifer. Thanks for stepping up and owning that. Em, you're still in trouble. So, all right. All right. We've got a couple things. I'm trying to find the perfect timestamp because there was some stuff that happened in Judge Cedric's court yesterday that we were expecting, which was fun, and there was some stuff that happened that we weren't expecting, which is also different. And I can't find the timestamp for what happened differently, so I'm going to have to keep searching for that while we begin. We're going to begin court any minute now. Let me check and see where we're at. Where is Judge McBurney? Paging Judge McBurney. Robert McBurney, are you in the courthouse? Let's see. Let's shrink this down. Refresh that. Okay, it's not live yet. I think they were dealing with some motions. I think they're dealing with them off camera. We have some birthdays to celebrate, though. Let's do that. Sharon, thank you very much. Honestly, Sharon, what you do first thing in the morning for this channel is huge. It takes a huge load off my shoulders, and I appreciate everything you do. Here, Sharon has assembled those who have birthdays. It is Linda and Hannah today, both celebrating birthdays. And Allison. Okay, so Linda, Hannah, and Allison. Let's see if there's anybody else. There is a form for those that are curious where you can submit your birthday to be included. Let's see. Linda, Hannah, and Allison with 2 L's. A-L-L-I-S-O-N. So we have 3 birthdays. Live coverage today. Yes, D, we've got live coverage. I'm excited. Let's see if there's any other birthdays that might have slid in here at the last minute. I'm not seeing any. So we've got Linda, Hannah, and Allison to sing to. I'd like you guys to join with me in singing to them. This is not me singing a solo. This is us singing together in what could possibly be the world's largest birthday choir. Let's see. We're going to sing. I need a minute to warm up. Give me just a minute. Okay. I've just been running just a little bit. Maybe it's because I'm tired. Oh, we've got one more. Alita says, Sage, my niece. We'll put Sage on the end here. Late ad, but just in time. I've stayed up a little too late working on the bathroom. But drywall is up 8 feet tall, almost all the way around. We just have the last foot to do on the ceiling, and it's gonna be oh man. But we have 1 day to finish all the drywall, mud, tape, mud, sand, paint, do the flooring, and install the fixtures, and that's going to be tomorrow. I'm not sure how that's going to go, but yeah, it's going to be crazy. Shark, welcome to the gallery. You fixed your green. You're green again. Welcome. Wonderful. Let's get ready to sing. Are you guys ready? Dancers ready? Give you plenty of time to get back into your leotards or with the zoot suits, as those of you who worn that. Here we go. Work out with me. La, 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 la. There we go. All right, we're ready. Blend your voices, deep breaths, breathe from your diaphragm, shoulders back, project to the back of the room. Sing with me. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Linda, Hannah, Allison, and Sage. Happy birthday to you. Linda, Hannah, Allison, and Sage, today Today is your special day. Happy birthday. Thank you for letting us know that it's your special day so we can celebrate with you. I realize there are a million people, a million places you could probably be with, but here you are. Or you could be at or be with a million people. I messed that up. But here you are with us. That privilege, that pleasure, that honor is all ours. Have a wonderful day. Have a wonderful day. Help yourself to the free pancakes at Denny's. Tisha dances in slow mode. I'm seeing this, and I'm seeing a strobe light too. Tisha, is that you with the strobe light? Dancers have the high kicks, the cha-cha-chas. Wonderful. Thanks for the birthday songs. Thanks for having the birthday, Hannah. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to have the birthday song. Glad somebody has a birthday every day. It makes it wonderful. It's a good start for the day as well. All right. Wonderful, wonderful. Birthday sponsored by Denny's trademark. Not sponsored. Although Denny's, if you're out there, let's talk. Call me. All right. Oh, moderator turned off slow mode. Ooh. Slow mode is off for the moment. I love being reminded that every day is a day worth celebrating. It is. If it's not worth celebrating for you, you can celebrate for somebody else, and that alone will cheer you up. But let's fade out the birthday music here, even though the party never stops. So there we go. Okay. Slow fade. Oh man, this fader's taking forever. There we go. Okay. Fade out and kill the music. All right, so I'm looking. I don't want to just tell you what happened in Judge Cedric Simpson's courtroom, because you have to see it. So let me see if I can scroll through and catch this little happening when it happened. Whoa! We've got some gifted memberships this morning that I've missed as well. Let's see. Mel Poi gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much, Mel. What a generous way to kick off the morning. Thank you, and congratulations to those who are now in green as a result. All right. Some people are saying, I'm not sure I want to see it. Luckily, the major happening in this incident is not on camera. We just hear about it a little bit. So let's see if we can find, where is it at? We had either a pro se or a sov sit guy first thing in the morning. And I realized there's one this afternoon, or yesterday afternoon. But early in the morning at some point, we had another one, sort of unexpected. It just crept up on us. And the judge was having none of it. So I'm trying to find him because I want to bring that up, because anytime we can follow a case from the beginning, it's always better. Let's see. Did anybody see? I know I saw Old Squishy Gardner in there, so I know he's probably got it. But let's see. That's not him. Wish I had the timestamp. I was scrolling through this. I've been looking all morning trying to find this, and I just cannot see the little blip. And it's fairly short. It's fairly short as well. Let's see. Gifted 5. Holly Mack. Thank you very much. Another 5 memberships out the door, just like that. Boom, 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 boom. Yes, it's wonderful. Thank you, Holly Mack. Very, very generous of you. What a happy Friday this is. All right, looking for this dude. All I know is he was not in custody. He was a little bit mouthy to the judge, and was either pro se or sov sit. I'm not sure which. You guys know who I'm talking about? Did somebody see this yesterday? It can point me to a timestamp in yesterday's live stream from Judge Cedric. I was watching while also simultaneously, doing our live stream. So, okay, I'm looking. When a judge has somebody come in the courtroom that is problematic, is troublesome, there are a couple things they can do, and show extreme patience is one of the options. And Judge Cedric did not do this. Thank you, Bite Me. Thank you, Princess Buttercup, for the love this morning. Appreciate that. Judge Cedric did not show this particular individual much patience, although I don't think much was due, quite honestly. That's still not him. Man. He's not in orange. Nope, not him. Okay. Oh, man. I know there's one that it comes up again at the end of the 3 o'clock block. Or near the end. I think the second to last one, or right around there. Something comes up. Is this dude? No, he's a lawyer. He's not him. Guys, I'm trying to find this. I told you I'd have this morning, and it's not ready, and I feel really bad for that.
Have them send someone with more experience.
Seriously. Okay. No. This dude? No. He's in custody.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Okay. Well, I'll put my best people to work on this.
You're talking about stuff that
I
is not
I could tell you what
relevant.
happens. And honestly, I don't think we'd lose much by doing that. And here's let me tell you why. All the action happened off camera. But imagine this, okay? Close your eyes and imagine with me that we're watching Judge Cedric Simpson, and I'm narrating. If we find it, we'll show you as well. But dude comes up, and he's got an attitude. He's either pro se or soft sit on his own, and wants to tell the judge how it's going to happen and what he's going to do. And the judge very quickly says, I didn't wake up for this, right? And he says, no, actually, I'm in control of the courtroom, and I'm going to give you some time out, some time in the corner, in the cage, to think about it. And so he locks him up, throws him the slammer, basically holds him in contempt, says, nope, that's not the way it works. You don't do that here. And when the guy's in the slammer, he's sitting there for a while, for a couple hours, right? And the judge can do this. You don't mouth off to the judge in the judge's courtroom. He can do this. He has this authority. And so then he says, okay, let's go check on him. It's time to bring him out. And we're sitting there waiting, and he doesn't come out. I'm like, I know that the judge, they can bring him out. And finally the bailiff comes out and goes up and talks to the judge. Apparently what happened is when Mr. Pro Se Sovsit went into jail, he didn't take it well. And instead of using the time to contemplate on life decisions, maybe rethink his strategy when it comes to, just dealing with the judge or anything like that, he said, now is a good time to remove my clothing and defecate around the room. And the judge described it as this. He said, Mr. So-and-so has done something that makes it difficult for us to bring him out in court right now. So it makes it difficult to be presented in court right now. So we're going to give him the weekend to think it over and clean up. Yeah, he went full monkey mode in jail. And he still has to face the judge. So Monday in Judge Cedric's court, I believe first thing in the morning, he gets another shot at this. And I'm sure his past incident will be brought up. So it's just going to get better and better. And this was early on in his case. We're not at the end. We're not at the end. This is the beginning. So mental evaluation is maybe ordered on Monday. I'm thinking that's what's going to be first thing on the. Tammy, you saw it. Where was the timestamp? I cannot find that timestamp anywhere. And we sort of gathered that from what we could hear from the courtroom. But yeah. Anyway. Yeah, some people are just a little bit crazy. We're about 5 minutes away from what we believe to be the start of court with Judge Robert McBurney, as we have the Pritchett and Robinson trial. It's day 4, part 3 for us because we watched 2 days in one. But I wanted to see the judge sort of because he didn't snap. He didn't lose his temper. He's just like, nope, this is what contempt is for. And, mod chat for 454. Where is 4.54 on the docket? Courtney Meek gets the shout out. She's also looking for the timestamp when the clerk tells the judge about the poop situation. Boom. 6:42 is when Judge Simpson came back out and says there's some funny stuff going on. So where is the moment? 4:54. What is 4:54? Is that like the time? 4 minutes and 54 seconds? Like right at the beginning of the day? That's not it. They've got like the forensic center and stuff on there. I can't see a 4:54. 6:42. Okay, we'll jump to that because then we have Mr. What's his name shortly after or right before. I forget. 4 hours, 54 minutes. Oh, 4:54. Let's try that. Thank you. Here we go. Let's jump over there and see what this is.
Bridget Coons on behalf of Mr. Zimmerman. VineLink shows that Mr. Zimmerman is inside Lenawee County.
Lenawee?
Yeah.
This is not him yet. 4 hours and 54 minutes. Okay, so right here.
Don't talk to him. Court calls the case People versus Thomas Styron.
Thomas Styron? Is that him? Bug Duggar, thanks for the 5 memberships. Appreciate your generosity this morning as well.
I'm Styron, the living man. I'm here by special appearance to address this matter.
I'm sorry?
I said I'm Thomas Styron, the living man, not Thomas Ulrich Styron, the entity you know me as, or as I'm in my papers. I'm here to address the matter.
All right, thank you. Wish to be represented by an attorney, sir?
No, I'm here, sir, to appropriate persona.
All right. I do have to advise, so you're going to represent, you need to stand in the middle of the podium where he's telling you to stand. Now.
That's 2 nows.
Mr. Allen, if you don't want to cooperate and handle things, he wanted you in the middle of the podium where you're supposed to be. If you don't want to be there, then say no. I'm telling you now to do it.
If you want me to stand close to the mic, no problem.
Sir, you want to play a game with me?
No.
Not today. Mr. Allen, take him. We'll bring him back out when he wants to cooperate.
That was... Game over. Judge wins.
Yeah, and he's an interpreter.
He's gone.
For the last 2.
So that was first appearance. Okay? That was first appearance by special appearance. He's making a special appearance to in front of the judge, but he's not the person that the judge thinks he is. Now we're going to fast forward just a little bit, okay? Because yes, the judge keeps him locked up for a little bit to think it over, an hour and a half or so, roughly. But he's not going to leave him there forever. So now we come out to about 6:40, 42. Let's go about right here. Let's skip forward just a tiny bit. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. Okay. So that's the setup, right? Judge is clearly in a I'm not having it mood. We're waiting for the judge to come out. Here we go. I forget the guy's name, but it was so quick.
You may be seated. have Miss Lundy and Miss Reiser's message. Softball is important to me, but let's do that first guy first. The guy in custody. No, Miss Reiser, that was the weight of my heart. Huh? What? Yeah, softball. Gotta go.
I have to coach the team tonight, okay? So we need things to be going smoothly.
Are you winning?
This is the first game. This is the first Little League game.
Judge is back in a good
Sounds like
mood.
you need a visiting coach.
You.
Okay. We have to fast forward because court's starting. But we wait some more.
I'll take the cuts off.
Okay, here we go. Ready? Judge is still waiting. We're trying to bring this guy out. Look at the look on the judge's face.
Just heard a sound.
Just heard a sound, says the judge.
Pardon?
She's got a shirt off. So I'll take it up handcuffs, so I'll deal with him. I'll take the cuts off.
I don't know that we're going to be doing all that, but let me ask you something.
We're hearing he took something off, and somebody was saying in the courtroom that they had heard in the courtroom that he had taken his clothes off and done the whole monkey business.
On the Styron matter, I sent my bailiff back to get him to bring him back out. The court is of the understanding that defendant number one is being, I will say, uncooperative, has purposely done some things to make it difficult to bring him out. What I'm going to do at this point in time, we're not going to wait and not going to play his game. We will hear him next week. Because of his behavior today before the court. At this point, I will revoke his bond and I will adjourn the probable cause conference. He certainly poses a risk to even bring him out. So I will adjourn this out to May 2nd.
May 2nd.
2024.
That's Monday.
9 a.m. or as the invite indicates. I will leave it there for the reasons that I've stated on the record. Mr. Mansour, he is not represented by counsel. If you would, for the court, take the opportunity to go back and to apprise him of what the court has done and that I will see him next week. The court feeling that he's being uncooperative and not compliant. All right. Thank you.
Okay, that's as far as we can go because we have to jump over to the other court really quickly because it's starting. Let's see. We are going over to, where are we? Back up.
20, we have the same concern as 12.
I think they're just arguing. Let's see, we're a couple minutes behind, but we're going to watch it in real time.
With the presentation, we discussed so we could make some progress. Our prosecutors are here.
There we go. Okay. All right.
Okay, let's get on the record, please. It is Friday morning, April 26th. This is State versus Pritchett and Robinson. Our prosecutors are here. Ms. Mignot, Mr. Robinson, Ms. Blake are here, and then Mr. Pritchett is here. So we have everyone we need. We've been having an off-the-record discussion about the PowerPoint that the state intends to use through Investigator Miller, its gang expert that is meant to educate the jurors on gangs and the origins of YSL. And
we're going to get educated today, guys.
We call it a subset of YSL to which Mr. Robinson and Mr. Pritchett allegedly belong. And Ms. Mignot has some concerns with the presentation. We discussed, so we could make some progress, her concerns about slide 12, which is entitled Young Slime Life and has at least one, if not two pictures of Young Thug, who is purported to be one of the founding members of Young Slime Life. And Ms. Mignot's concern, and I summarize, and you should amplify if I don't give it full body, is that Young Thug, most folks know, is on trial right now in this courthouse in a high-profile, long-running trial. And Ms. Mignot's concern is that jurors might draw some association with that case and connect Mr. Robinson with that case in some way. If the concern is that the jurors might associate Mr. Robinson with YSL, I understand that concern, but that's what the state's trying to prove, that Mr. Robinson is connected to YSL through a set. The next slide where there was concern was 13, which was it is a slide with an aerial shot of a neighborhood in Fulton County, and then some street signs, Cleveland and Jonesboro, and then the Cleveland Avenue with a snake. And Ms. Mignot's concern, as I understood it, was that it adds more, not quite addresses, but locations. And she was concerned that the jurors might think maybe the alleged crimes in this case spread further, or there was other criminal activity to which Mr. Robinson was connected. And then finally, as far as we got before we went live, concern with slide 15, which I'm going to call hybrid slide number 2, and it shows what looks like gang members, one on a motorcycle, two of them on a motorcycle, two of them standing in front of a car, and it's presumably going to enable the expert to talk about how a hybrid works. And we noted that the preceding slide seems like it could be used in the same way. I now am going to ask you to share your screen so that the court reporter is looking at the same thing that we're all looking at.
So I'd like to welcome you all to Gang Awareness 101. We're kicking it off this morning with a slideshow.
Either way, we've got the same presentation, and I'll just go to whichever slide you want to talk about.
Yes, sir.
We're going to learn more about gangs today than we ever wanted to know. Vivian, congrats on a year. That's awesome. And we have pictures. I think we have songs. We'll have to cut the songs out.
I can share it right now if that's faster.
She's about to hit the air.
Okay. Excellent. Okay. Ms. Mignot, before we go any further, now that we're on the record, I summarized as best I could what you had shared about your concerns about slides 12, 13, and 15. I want you to amplify on any of those three if you felt like I omitted something or condensed it too much.
Nothing additional to add to slide 2, Your Honor. You condensed it properly. Slide 13, you condensed it properly. But as it pertains to slide 15, I think we were still in the middle. So
okay, why don't you keep going?
As it pertains to slide 15, the state is planning on using Instagrams and posts. And this is a post that this is an Instagram that does not belong to our client. If you look at the left of it, there's an Instagram here. And there's a difference between, I don't want to create confusion for those who are my age, who are not necessarily into the computer technology, Instagram, social media, might struggle with the difference between what is a screenshot versus what is a post. This is also could create confusion for the jurors because now they think this Instagram post was made by our client. Was it not made by our client? now we're off to the races trying to explain that. Also,
why aren't you able to clear that up if Mr. Hiles doesn't? You've got the investigator on cross-examination and you say, let's look at page 15 of your presentation. Hey, just make that work, please. I don't know what the problem is. This happened yesterday too, and I was told it was fixed. Anything you need, just borrow it. There's a keyboard over here too. Thanks. Why wouldn't you be able to ask Investigator Miller? Now, you're not saying that Stunna 60 has anything to do with this case. I suspect he'd say, I don't think it has anything to do with YSL. This is just an example, which experts are free to use, of how a hybrid situation works. Now, if he said something different, we've got a problem. But I think you and I know Stunna 60 isn't anyone associated with this case. And you'd be able to make that plain if Investigator Miller didn't do so during his direct examination.
I believe that is now going to force me to start doing a cross-examination on irrelevant evidence instead of relevant evidence. And I am concerned that it's going to cause confusion for the jury. Also, the rap lyrics, if you look, you'll see that that's a song and it looks like rap lyrics. So you have—
I don't know that song.
One gang, you have two black males on the right, two black males on the left that we're alleging are gang members, and together they make rap music. So now rap music is what's a gang?
You know, I don't know. You're asking me to explain the slide, not my job.
That's my—
I don't see any problem with those lyrics though. So that's not going to be your winning argument, but the other things might be.
That's my concern.
Okay.
Relevance and confusion. So I can flip to—
Hey guys, I need help. I'm writing a song. What rhymes with lettuce? I'm writing a song. What rhymes with lettuce? Bet us. Oh yeah, that's good. Get us. Radish. Oh, radish. I like the radish. Keeping it in the veggie family. Oh wow. Oh wow.
You also can just click on the little arrow. The down arrow will do you one page at a time.
That's exactly what we're doing now.
We've got all the— get your screenshots, guys. We've got all the acronyms.
16, no issue. 17, no issue. Okay, so 18 concerns because now we've got— it looks like drawings, like the state took a drawing and then used the drawing to write on it over the drawing. So it looks modified, first of all, and we're concerned about it being modified.
Well, why can't the investigator modify it if he says, I modify it to show you, here's the Y, the S, and the L?
Guys, while they're talking this over, I'm going to write our—
in other words, he's illustrating. These are all for illustrative or demonstrative purposes. And so this would be his explanation of how you fashion or see YSL from that hand signal.
My concern was just a modification.
Okay, got it. Next slide.
I think the next slide, Your Honor, 20, we have the same concern as 12.
Okay, we're on 19 right now.
I'm sorry, 19, we have the same concern as 12. Mr. Young Thug is also in this photograph. And
okay.
we think that'll be more prejudicial than probative, whether—
What was that concern? I got most of the notes. What was just primarily that it was—
that is Young Thug, and that means the trial downstairs, and that could create inappropriate prejudice for Mr. Robinson. All right, 20? You don't need to say a whole lot about 20. I don't see 20 staying in.
I don't see anything wrong with 20.
You can when it's your turn. I'm just letting you know where I'm going.
Yeah, 20.
So let's keep going.
Okay, so 21, Your Honor, the concern is there is a grave. There is a grave that is in 21. There's also a property that is not affiliated with this case. So now we have another location. And we are also concerned about the inference of death as it pertains to the gravesite that we're looking at.
Okay.
No issue there. Okay, so this we have an issue with. The reason we have an issue with it.
So let's use the page number so the record is clear.
Page 23.
All right.
Page 23, we have an issue, Your Honor. We have what appears to be a green, it looks like a magic carpet to me, but I'm assuming it's
a bandana, a green bandana like you see in lots of the photos and videos, including your client?
correct.
Okay.
Now we have the expert who's supposed to be explaining how gangs work, taking a photograph of our client and putting it in to a triangle.
Right.
I think that is more prejudicial than probative if this expert is explaining how gangs work. Because now, if this gang expert has a picture of our client, which appears to be a mugshot, that he's putting into the slideshow, that we may have an issue as it pertains to more prejudicial than probative.
Okay.
No issue there on 24.
Just go to the pages where you've got issues.
25 also has a post, and it looks like an Instagram post. We don't know whose Instagram post that is, but it could create confusion as to whether or not our client actually posted that.
Okay.
27 is not even legible. So I don't know what assistance it's going to give a gang expert. So we would ask 27 to be excluded.
It's a video. Okay.
Also, if it's the video, it would be duplicative because I believe the court has granted the state the opportunity to play that video.
Okay.
Same objection for 28. Objection for 29 is the same as the objection with the cropping of our client's photograph into a triangle that the officer is trying to explain how gangs work.
Okay.
No issue with 30. Our client's not in 31, but we would have the same concern because our client's charged with the person who's depicted in 31, and it looks like a mugshot.
Okay.
Issue with 32 is this looks like a post, and I am not certain whose post it is, and we're gonna have to clarify as to whether it's my client's post or not, so we believe that it would create confusion because we're using both screenshots and postings and Instagrams from our client's case in this case.
All right, I'm gonna ask you to pause for a second. What can we do to prevent this from happening each day? Any idea?
Maybe talk to each other before we just... No, the judge is talking to the tech support. He's not talking to the attorney.
That's what it is, because it gets stuck on Teams. Like it starts up and it's on Teams and spinning. Okay.
You guys taking notes, right? Because there will be a test at the end.
I don't know. All I know is that it's not supposed to be each day. We have to get someone from your office to run in here and fix it. Okay. Okay, great. Is that the new phone?
Yes.
Let's go for it. All right. So, whoop, you went away from the slide we were on.
I did, Your Honor. Going back to 30, this appears to be somebody else's post. And it's a song, so I'm not sure if it's going to have audio associated with it.
Oh, there will be. Parental advisory, explicit lyrics.
What is 30 going to be, Mr. Hiles? Just that picture?
Yeah, there's not going to be any audio. If there is audio, I don't intend to play it. But what it is there was other gang members. It was not posted by Mr. Robinson, but it was other gang members posting to free baby Slat, and it was after
But during the presentation, is this a still photo or is it a video?
It's a video because it's.
I believe it is a
3 minutes and 10 seconds.
Still photo.
So you've disclosed fully slide 30. There's not a video that's going to play that no one else has seen before.
No, the only videos that are embedded in this PowerPoint were the 2 videos that we discussed.
Meaning the guns up and whatever the other one's called? Okay. All right. So to be clear, 30 is what we're looking at there. That's the extent of what 30 will be. Miller will say what he says about it, but it is a picture of Mr. Robinson.
It is.
Okay. All right. Back to you, Ms. Mignot.
32, Your Honor, is a Instagram post.
Right. We had already talked about that one, and you said it could create confusion. It's not clear who sent it, et cetera. Hold on one second. Is it happy and running? Or it has to set up? Okay, but no, but it should self-start.
Yes.
Like in 10 minutes, I should be able to make a phone call.
Distinctly correct. Thank you so much. Congrats on Orange. 12 months looks great on you.
Okay. Back to you, Ms. Mignot.
Once again, the same objection, Instagram post. There might be confusion as to whether or not our client posted this. And I am concerned that this demonstrative might be a way to get in evidence that's not admissible under normal process or procedure.
Okay.
Same objection as the other ones where an individual's photograph is injected, although my client's.
So then we're talking about what page number now?
Page 34, I apologize.
Okay.
Page 34 is the same objection as the previous slide that looks just like this one, except
it's the respect cycle,
is
guys.
being changed.
The cycle of respect.
Crop a photo into the diagram. Page 35.
Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate it. Congrats on 10
We would
months.
object to page 35.
It's in evidence.
Correct.
So what possibly could you object to something that is it's already in, it doesn't come out now. They could show to Investigator Miller everything in evidence already. You might argue cumulative if all he's going to say is that's a picture of green sneakers.
That's the concern that I have.
Okay. All right. Only one slide left.
It's already in. Criminal warrants.
This
bum,
definitely, in my opinion, first of all, I don't know who took the picture of an affidavit of an arrest warrant.
Guy on the right's dual
We're
wielding.
also cropping my client. This is a clip from the video. So now it's cumulative because this is a picture of our client in the video that the court has approved. Guns up video. And this is now another shot of the same picture of the co-defendant in this case on slide number 36 as the same picture of the co-defendant in slide number 34. So all we did is just make the picture of the co-defendant a little bit smaller from the size of it in 34. And now we have it again, moving it around down in slide number 36.
Thank you, Jamie C. Congrats on a year.
Cumulative. This is more prejudicial than probative. There is a warrant signed by an officer that's not in evidence in this case. It would be no different than the police report being brandished on the screen, which the jurors should not have access to.
Got it. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Pritchett. How are you doing? Do you have any objections beyond the one? You're free to join in Ms. Mignot's objections. I'm wondering if, let me make the record clear. The PowerPoint we're discussing is something you received yesterday. So you've had it for a while. And I want to know if you've got any objections to the content of the PowerPoint. This will be used, if at all, through the state's gang expert, a guy named Investigator Miller, who is going to talk with the jury about YSL and what it means to be a member of a gang, et cetera, et cetera. And you and I have just heard from Ms. Mignot, her objections on behalf of Mr. Robinson. I want to know if you've got any objections to the content of the PowerPoint that are different from Ms. Mignot's. You can join in all of them, but if you've got additional ones, I would like to know what those are.
I would like to join in on all of them. I did receive a gesture. I'm not sure if that is for a while, but from what I've seen, on the objection specifically on page 35, which are
35 is the sneakers.
Sneakers, and I understand you said that's pictures and evidence.
Sure, that doesn't mean you can't object. Ms. Mignot had one.
Yeah, I object because I believe that's a false picture of what the actual color of the shoes were. And I understand that is the color of those shoes and the color of the men's gang is what the connection is trying to be made.
Got it. And that's why you were sharing with the witness the picture that you had of the shoes that's not with blue light or something, yes. And they were more yellow.
Yes, yeah. I mean, the owner of the shoe that testified said that this was not an accurate picture of the shoes.
Okay. All right. Anything else about the PowerPoint?
I mean, nothing besides the fact that I guess joining in, some of the things here, a lot of the things are not coming from, the source being me. So
it's evidence outside the evidence of this case. Okay. That's what I'm hearing you say.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, I guess that's it.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Gordon, when you get a chance, if you could rotate the podium monitor delicately back towards Ms. Mignot. Mr. Hiles, I would like your thoughts about, I'm gonna you did unshare, thank you.
All right. I think that was a good objection. I think the accused brought a pretty good objection there.
Tell me
an issue he tried to raise before
why
as well.
Slide 15, which should be on the screen now, should stay in given slide 14, coupled with the concerns Ms. Mignot raised that Mr. Pritchett has adopted.
Will you please briefly, can I see it go to the slide before it, just so I can see exactly what that says?
Sure, it says the word hybrid.
So it does. All right, if you go down now to slide 15,
yeah,
he's now explaining hybrid. So what you have on the left, and he will explain that this is not somebody in this particular case.
Right.
But what you have is a known CRIP member that is displaying one of the YSL signs, which is to wipe your nose. And then on the other side, you have a known sex money murder member. And so that's how they come together. They're known to be made up of sex money murder and rolling 60 scripts specifically. And then if you see the lyrics that are saying right below it, banging 5 stars like Dallas, banging 5 stars is a direct reference to sex money murder, the 5 stars of the Blood Gang. And then in my CRIP partner got headaches. I can't remember what the cheeks are. He can tell you it's a specific, but anyways, money real green like lettuce. So it's saying that I am claiming both as one. And that's the explanation why those two, that is a further explanation of a hybrid gang, a visual of how the Crips and sex money murder Bloods come together.
Got it. Slide 18, there were concerns that they had been modified to show how one can see YSL in a hand gesture. I don't have a problem with this slide. It's staying in. What is the necessity then and non-cumulative nature of 19?
So 19 is a different sign and symbol that is used by YSL. There's two. There's one which is page 18,
yep,
which is you can see where he will tell you that he modified it to share the YSL.
I'm not worried about that, but yes.
And then the single finger you see there,
yes,
it is known to wipe your nose.
Yep.
It's called wiping slime from your nose. So he is showing the two known hand signs that are known to be part of this gang that are often demonstrated by the defendant in the videos that have already been. So
is Investigator Miller going to talk about who any of those three people are, or just that those are three examples, much like on 18, it is actually 4 examples of the other hand sign?
The last time we did this together, we did not talk about it.
Good. Let's not talk about who those people are. It will just be demonstratives of that other hand sign. And I will note that the name Slat is tattooed on one finger, and on the other, that makes it all the more relevant to this case.
Without naming the individual, I would like to bring up Slat when you speak to it.
You can talk about Slat all you want. You're not going to have him say, that's so-and-so and that's so-and-so. They are going to be anonymous exemplars of this YSL hand sign. Okay. On 21, is that grave the grave of, or the headstone or marker of a gang member? And he's going to talk about that's who that person is?
Donovan Thomas Jr.
That's some poor random guy's grave that got graffiti on it.
That is the grave of Donovan Peanut Thomas. Donovan Peanut Thomas was the leader of the Inglewood family function of the Bloods that spawned when his death at the hands of some sex, money, murder, and YSL members spawned the actual battle, the gang war that is going on between.
So he's on the other side of the equation. If he walked into a room of YSL guys would be unhappy with him.
Yes.
Okay, so that picture needs to come out.
It needs to come out.
The grave picture does. But I'll give a final rule. I just need to know, was it a private citizen? It's coming out. If it's a guy from YSL named Slat, it's staying in. But it's someone on the other side. And we're not going to have grave defacement as an example of gang activity for this jury.
All right.
Those are my only questions for you. So here are my rulings. Please remove slide 15.
Which one is slide 15?
The one that's number 15. It's the one where you were going to the Potex, and it's the second hybrid slide. You get the hybrid slide with the 3 vehicles.
You don't get the...
Please remove slide 20. That has the guy with the assault rifle with a snake around it. You can make any record you want. It's coming out, but go ahead and make your record. Should the state somehow decide it has a right to appeal?
No. I have so there's a picture that was shared in Discovery that I think is going to be admitted. I know it's going to be admitted. And it was shared, and it is a picture at that video shoot.
I remember, and that's the connection. But these are inflammatory, and in particular, the guy with the 2 guns. There's so many ways this could be taken in the wrong direction by a juror. It's like, wait a minute, is that like what is going on there? It is not central to your case. I find that it is. The risk of unfair prejudice far outweighs the minimal probative value of this slide.
What I'm asking is, can I replace that photograph with the photograph from the Guns Up video with Slim Santana, where he is holding the AR style pistols with the snake wrapped around? And I can show you.
You could replace all 3 of these with that, yes.
Okay. Because
the first one on the left, I don't know, is that in a jungle somewhere? I mean, what the heck is that? I know that Miller will talk about it, but it interjects all sorts of, like, they connected with a guerrilla organization in the Congo. That's not what this case is about. Similar with the middle picture. The guy's wearing red. There's no green there at all. This is a dude with a lizard on him. The last one, I could see you drawing a connection, but too many guns and don't know who this person is. You've got the exemplar you need. So if you want to use that photo of a defendant in this case, in lieu of what's in 20, you can have that the language on there is not the issue. It's the 3 pictures to which there's been lodged an objection that I'm sustaining.
Understood.
Okay. I think that's it, because you told me about the grave. All the other objections I am overruling. I find either that There's not a 403 issue. For none of the others is there a 403 issue. And I mean that either because I find that the probative value is not substantially outweighed by any undue prejudice. I don't think there's a whole lot of undue prejudice out there. They aren't great photos, especially ones that are of the defendants, either defendant. But I also don't think there's a risk of confusion. That may arise, but that would require Investigator Miller to testify completely differently than he has in the past. My experience is, and the record will need to show it in this case, is that he's not going to attribute any Instagram post to either of these defendants if they weren't theirs. And I think that it is the role of a defense attorney, if he or she thinks that there has been confusion in gender, to clear it up on cross-examination. That is one of the purposes of cross-examination. So to recap, 15, that's the second hybrid slide, is out. And 20 is being replaced in toto, except maybe the language at the bottom, with that picture of young slat with the snake and the gun. And 21, you're removing the photo of the grave, headstone, whatever you want to call it, that has slat spray painted on it. Okay. All the objections that Ms. Mignot made are preserved. Mr. Pritchett has adopted all those, so he's protected in that space as well. And he added an additional one concerning slide 35 about the color of the sneakers, but those are all overruled. Mr. Hiles, your first witness is not Miller, so you're going to have time to have your production team make these fixes and then get the PowerPoint back to Ms. Mignot and Mr. Pritchett so they can confirm that the changes were made?
Yes, I don't anticipate Mr. Miller until after.
Fantastic. That means after 2:00, because lunch is at 1. Anything else from the state?
Yes, before we bring the jurors in, I do anticipate a firearm being introduced today, and I just wanted to make sure that with my second witness after we finish this Cowish, the immediate witness would be tendering the firearm. And so
give me the context to where a firearm enters this case. I don't.
When Mr. Pritchett was arrested, he was arrested with a person trying to sneak out of away from him, a female, carrying a bag that Officer O'Hare stopped, and it was the AR style pistol that was actually featured in the Play Nasty videos.
Got it. Okay. But you've run, as long as you've run that by, he's cleared it. Okay. All right. Anything else from the state?
That's it.
All right. Ms. Mignot, your turn.
So we would object to a replacement slide as.
Which one? The replacement as in well, you'll have to look at it and then you can make an objection to that.
Okay. As it pertains to a weapon, I'm completely concerned. The state has not shown me a weapon, and these victims that have already testified barely described a weapon. In fact, any description is inconsistent. And now we have the state attempting to try to introduce a firearm in this case that, one, was not collected at the scene. 2, my client was arrested a month, I think, after this incident. Was not arrested at the same time Mr. Pritchett was arrested. And in my opinion, it's going to create confusion if the weapon is introduced into this case, because I don't think that there's any evidence associated with that. So 1, I haven't seen the weapon. And 2, this is the first time I'm realizing that the state is saying, because normally when I have a weapon in a case, it's here's the weapon we found. This weapon is connected. We are for certain because we've done ballistics on the weapon.
Well, it doesn't always have ballistics, and you know that. But what is the relevance of this gun? Let's say, for example, when I'm making this up, but when Mr. Pritchett was arrested, he had some drugs on him, but they were in no way, that wasn't the nerds or the box of wax or anything like that. Some stuff that happens at an arrest that's not evidence of flight, or if he had Mr. Carmody's ID in his pocket, that would all come in. Yeah. But other things that happen during an arrest that aren't evidence of flight don't necessarily come in. So other than it's a big scary gun, What's the potential relevance?
So when you see that, I intend to introduce and play 5 cameras of arrest, and so Mr. Pritchett is sneaking in, like he is tipped off that the fugitive team is coming, and he is sneaking into a hallway with his head covered, and then 2 girls are trying to peel off into the stairway carrying a bag, right?
Yeah.
And they split at the same time. Mr. Pritchett's taken into custody. The girls are taken into custody, and they're they were trying to. They were not arrested, but the weapon came out of young Van's apartment where they were trying to flee from, and was arrested simultaneously or collected simultaneously with Pritchett's arrest. And it is a.
Are they going to come in and testify and say, Mr. Pritchett asked us to take the gun?
Yeah.
Okay. So all you have is that they were stopped, their stuff was taken. Was there something in the bag along with the gun that says this is Mr. Pritchett's property?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it was, what I'm saying, it's an AR style pistol that was taken
Gun's not coming
from the area where the robbery was planned, allegedly, the testimony has been, and it was taken in conjunction with his arrest.
How many days after the incident?
I believe it was on November 22nd when the defendant was arrested. And it's also, you can look at the guns from the Play Nasty video, and you can.
In which Mr. Pritchett does not appear?
Pritchett's not here.
Right.
Mr. Robinson does.
Who's not arrested with 2 girls, one of whom has a gun in the bag she's carrying.
Yeah, but the argument is, how do you know that's a real gun? This is a real firearm. It can be attested to.
Okay. I'm going to think about whether the gun comes in.
All right.
Okay. Ms. Mignot, anything else before we bring the jury in?
Just one thing, Your Honor. The exhibits that were entered into evidence yesterday, defendants exhibits 16 and 17.
The immunity letters.
The immunity orders. Those are orders that were filed in this case.
Yep.
And they were also certified originals from the clerk's office.
Okay.
The court admitted them, I believe, and I just want to make sure the record is clear.
They are both, 16 and 17 are both part of the record.
Okay.
I don't know whether you put them up there, but they are part of the record. Defendant Robinson, 16 and 17, both part of the record.
Now, I believe that they should be, the court excluded them from being published yesterday.
Correct.
To the jury. And I'm concerned, and I need to object on the record to the court's decision not to allow certified documents that are self-authenticating to be published to the jury, especially when the document.
What makes them not hearsay just because they're certified?
Well, here's the issue. They were.
How about this?
So it's an exception.
Stop, please. Do you have any objection to 16 and 17 actually going out with the jury during deliberations? Think about what they say and whether you have any objection with 16 and 17 going out with the jury. Do you? Yes or no?
Will you give them instruction again?
Yes, I will talk about what immunity means in this case. Done. They'll go out with the jury. And if you want through an appropriate witness to publish them, you can, but they'll go out with the jury.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else?
That's the last concern.
Fantastic. Mr. Pritchett, you had mentioned that you might call some witnesses, and I asked you last night to get those names together, much like you're entitled to a witness list from the state, which your lawyer had for a long time. The state is entitled, and Ms. Mignot is entitled to the names of witnesses. If they're already on the state's witness list, that's not their business. If you're going to call Ms. Riley back to the stand, or you're going to call Investigator Covington, whoever that is, they don't need notice of that. But if there's someone not on the state's witness list and not Ms. Riley's parents or Ms. Kallish's parents, because we know about them as potential witnesses through Ms. Mignot, now's the time for you to let everyone know who those witnesses are.
Can I have, to the end of the day, I'm still was gathering together. And like I said, well, like you said my attorneys had state's finalized witness list, they did not have that.
Okay.
I was furnished on meet the second, third day of trial. But like I said, I just want to, at the end of the day, to possibly get you.
So before you leave here today, you will tell me either I've got no witnesses I'm going to call, or these are the witnesses who are not on this. You have the state's witness list with you, correct?
Yeah, I have.
Okay. So you'll let me know by the end of the day who you're going to call, if you're going to call anyone.
I'm going to try to.
Okay. Well, let me put it differently. If you don't, any name you don't give me by the end of the day today, you're probably not going to be able to call, because everyone is entitled to notice of who those witnesses are. And I gave you the deadline of this morning. I appreciate that because of choices you've made, it's more complicated for you to sort through that, but it will be end of day today. So before you leave and head out of here, that you'll need to commit, these are the witnesses I'm going to call. You can always decommit. You can say, look, I'm going to call these 4 guys, and you can change your mind and not, but everyone's entitled to spend the weekend figuring out what they can about these witnesses. And let me caveat in this way. If any of the witnesses is what we'd call an alibi witness, someone who would come in to say, Mr. Pritchett wasn't there that night, he was with me. I remember November 8th, 2019, and I was in Smyrna, and the guy was with me. You've missed the deadline for alibi witnesses. There are all sorts of laws surrounding that. Notice has to be given far, far, far in advance, and not just who they are, but what they're going to say. That this is the alibi. He was with me. We were bowling in Smyrna at 3 a.m. So just to manage your expectations, if the names you were going to drop on us were, these guys are going to say, I wasn't there, that's a deadline that has already passed. Not just for you, same for Mr. Robinson. If Ms. Mignot is going to say, hey, I just thought of a witness I want to call, who's going to say that Tyrone Robinson was in Buford sleeping too late. Okay?
How come I didn't know that?
Because you're not a lawyer and you chose to represent yourself. All right, let's bring the jurors in, please.
I regret my decision. Jury's coming in. We're kicking off the day. The jury has no idea that they are going to be gang experts as well when we walk out of court this evening. Wow. No standby counsel yet. The judge has said he will allow standby counsel for the accused. I'm not seeing it. I do see there's a tornado shelter door there. You see that? In case of tornado.
Oh, that's right.
Thank you. Actually, you're up first, Mr. Pritchett. It's if you're going to be doing cross-examination. Well, she's with her car right now. Oh, okay, great. So when she comes back, we'll get started.
Okay, I'm writing my rap right now, guys. I got my first verse down.
We have a juror.
I'm starting to feel it
on the record. We have a juror who got a flat tire in the garage and had called AAA and was going to need to take a break. It turns out that now is the time when AAA showed up. So when she gets back, we will start with Ms. Kalish.
Thank you.
Ms. Kalish, false alarm. We've got a juror who's dealing with a flat tire. So you should just be at ease.
So they show up
we'll bring
to court
in here in a minute.
They show up to court.
I'd forgotten about. I didn't know
and
that
then
the juror had stepped
tire.
out. So Mr. Howes grabbed you, but if you just go back to wherever you were hanging out, we'll get you. Thank you.
Working on the rap. I appreciate the artwork for the cover album with the mods provided for me. I'll share that when the time is appropriate.
Be reachable because when we start up, we need you back.
Okay, so we've got a little bit of a break. Let me see if I can get this. I need the music.
Go for it.
I've got the beat. I think I'm feeling it. I just don't know. You know, the rap doesn't really have a tune, right? I mean, I can say that here. Okay. Let me get the second verse down. You guys talk amongst yourselves briefly while we get our new association's theme song hammered down. We're in a RA bubble. Don't want no trouble. Flash that mitt. You got to hit that thumb up. Make it double.
I pulled up
Okay,
Martin.
Plus, he's in the bar directory. This is not a state thing.
This judge does not like the prosecutor.
I don't know if I spelled his
That's
name.
fine, I'm good.
Whoa. There's some spiciness here. Okay, who can lay down a beat for me that is not copyright, because I have to be able to play it. Otherwise I have to go through like the YouTube studio. Let's see if I can do this. YouTube studio. Beats. Did they have just beats?
Judge, I have 2 seconds to.
As long as there's a prosecutor in here, we're good to go.
Drum beat. Let's see what options we have. Have to be careful. Okay, so it's got to be license duration forever. Price is going to be, let's see, let's keep it under free. It's free. I can use it forever. Instrumental. What's? Oh, I have to look at the. I have to look at the license for every single one of these before I can play it. Available to share revenue. Yeah, I'm not gonna. Okay. I want instrumental only, no vocals, because I'm going to lay down the tracks for the vocal. Okay. We do have a court watcher in court for YSL or the Airbnb trial. Be safe. Be safe. Lay low. Which one was that? Electricity. Every song has its own rules. Like this track is available for revenue sharing for up to 30 seconds in a video 3 minutes or longer in all eligible regions. Longer use may make your video ineligible for monetization. Please note the usage terms may change at the music rights holders. Yeah, so I can't do stuff like that. I've got to find Commander Impulse. You can use this track in any of your videos, including that you monetize. No attribution is required. YouTube may credit the artist and link the audio library from your video. You may not make available distributor form. Okay, so we're good there. So Commander Impulse, I can listen to that one. Let's hear it. I don't know. I'm not feeling that one. It's not fast enough. It's too slow. I might just have my kid lay down a song, a track for me. But I need all the right lingo. We're gonna hit the studio and lay down a track. See my son if I can. What's the good BPM? I'll tell you in my head. I can hear the song already, right? And it goes like this. I'm using like a but that's the syncopation of the words. Ready? That's a 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a 3/4. 3/4 is the timing. Ready? We're gonna get this down. I sense a big record deal in the works, guys. Really big, really big. This is gonna explode. Does anybody have some beatboxing skills that wants to call in and we can just lay down a track right here on the air? You got to wait for the beat to drop. I know. I'm just trying to give you the framework. Lindsay, are you the beatboxer that's going to call in and help us out here? Burner phone's turned on if you need to call, and we can record something real quick during the break. Meanwhile, my kid's trying to learn like a Tchaikovsky song on the piano. We gonna reach. We should let AI make one up. Can it do that? Vicky says, you're looking for about 99 beats per minute, I think, but I'm rusty. Yeah, I don't want to go too fast because I can't speak like Eminem. I can't just like spit rhymes like that yet. I expect to, on my next album, probably be up to that. But.
For O'Hare, not for Wednesday. He's coming. Just that he arrested Mr. Pritchett, and then when they go in to arrest him, it's inside the apartment.
Yeah, that wasn't. But those are not permissions.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, it's just
It's not. It's prejudicial. It's not.
I'm not talking about the weapon. I'm just talking about this. It shows the inside, and it shows the paintings, and it shows that this is Bob's Commons house. The judge is going to decide whether or not we've got. I don't have any control of that. But
I think what makes a Brandy, you have a hook or bridge?
It has to do with.
We need to collaborate on here. I'm thinking we should make a music video.
Yeah, I wanted you.
Sweet.
I wanted you to know that I was doing it.
Call
so
from
it was
legal
terminated
library.
Discovery.
To accept.
Look at my briefs. Are you a beatboxer extraordinaire?
No, but I'm going to bite it. So I just had to shut my office door so they don't think I'm a nutcase.
Okay, hang on.
All right, ready?
Hang on. Give me just a taste, and then we'll reset and do it again.
All right. I like lettuce. It's my fetish. If your baby crying, you got to slap it. Slap it hard. Slap it with some lettuce.
Okay, whoa. Remember, this is a family show. Okay, we've got to keep the innuendo way lower than that.
I'm just slapping a baby.
Okay. All right, I'm just saying. I do think innuendo is an important part of rap. It's in there, but that's why I chose my rap name. I'm the Big Dill, which that's as far as we're going there.
All right, you got to give it to us, then.
Okay. I wake up in the morning wearing headphones, running this court through your brain like it's an end zone. My money's green like pickles, and you want some. Don't try and stop me because I'll over your objections. Something like that.
I love it. Oh my God, I love it.
So we need some music. We need some drums. We need some. Amy's like, I'm on the wrong channel. I clicked something wrong and I ended up on this. How do I get back out?
It's too bad it isn't the blues, because that's so easy, right? I like
a little 12 bar. Yeah, you don't have to come up with like 6 words if it's the blues.
Anyway, I'll let you go.
Okay, thank you, Logan, my Bruce. Good try. Good try.
For me.
We'll see you.
Okay, bye.
Bye. I'm thinking we could. We're gonna have some bass boost for sure. We're gonna have like Shake the Neighborhood. Just low bass. It's gonna be good. Okay, we're good. We're good. I'm on a roll, you guys. I think I've found my calling in life, my true profession. Let's listen to court as they're arguing back again. I think I've never been so excited to record a song, and I have all the gear. I literally have a multi-track recorder right over there.
Yeah, 1 to 22 seconds.
I'm not good at spitting rhymes off the top of my head. Okay, I'm not there yet. Yeah, I say yet because I see myself achieving in this area. But anyway, let me share with you while we have just a little bit of a break. The album cover is finished, and by the way, we are RAG. The RA gang is what we call ourselves. Welcome. Let's see, we've got a little bit of a graffiti art album cover. If I can get this figured out. I saved it like 10 times. It was that good. Send it right there. here's our picture. If I can show this to you. Oops. I need to figure out why my computer keeps crashing, because that is no good. It's doing it more and more frequently. So let me show you the picture. This is us.
Hey, it's Robert.
That's how it's going to look.
Our phone works. That's kind of exciting. We had they brought in one of these new ones with the color screen and everything. And it's good to have a phone in the courtroom. So we're live, and I check our number. Thanks for answering.
Judge is just happy to have a phone. We're here planning a music empire. Okay, we've got more things coming in for sure.
Yes.
Got ideas everywhere.
I'm gonna hold it to my car.
We're good? Okay, excellent. All right, the jurors are ready. Mr. Hiles, take a seat, please.
That kind of morning.
Okay, I've got lyrics in my brain, you guys. I'm on a roll. I cannot stop here. They need to get out.
Can you get Ms. Callisham in this way, please?
I got it.
You got it? Great. Mr. Hiles, you ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Mignot, you ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Pritchett, you ready? When the jury comes in, I'm going to ask you if you've got any questions for Ms. Callish. You ready to go?
To accept.
Hey.
Okay.
Hey, this is Recovery Addict. Who's on the phone?
Let's do it.
Hey, Scott, it's D-Nick.
Hey, D-Nick. How are you doing?
Hey, I know I just realized that he just said the jury's about to come in.
Yeah,
so instead of taking time, I wrote down a couple. I'm going to send it to the burner phone.
Awesome.
A couple of verses that I want you to see.
You can record it and send it in a video chat, and then we can play that. So, because then I don't have to try to hear it. Okay.
No, I want you to rap it. It's more fun.
Okay, I'll give it a try.
If you like it. But anyways, I know I just right whenever I was calling, they said let the jurors come in, so I didn't want to bother you. So I'm going to send it to you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Bye. Okay, jury's coming in. We'll have to focus on writing while they're talking. If I miss something, especially if we miss the accused, whose name is being mentioned less and less. Everyone's dressed nicely for court. Looks wonderful. Nobody wearing gang affiliated colors that I can see yet. So.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. You all can be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I understand someone has some tire woes. I am grateful to whomever or whatever that it happened down here as opposed to close to home, but it sounds like whatever it is fixed. We're in a happier space. Yes, good. Thank you for making that happen. It's what we needed to do. When we broke yesterday, Ms. Callish was on the stand, and she's coming this way. Good morning, Ms. Callish. She's going to return to the stand. She will remain under oath, and we had completed Ms. Mignot's cross-examination of Ms. Callish, and so I'm going to now turn to the accused to see if he has any cross-examination questions for Ms. Callish, and if he does, he should come on up to the podium.
Thank you, Rebecca and Buttercup. Appreciate that.
How are you doing, Ms. Callish?
I'm well. Thank you.
That's good. Can you just restate what is it that you're doing in life right now?
I'm a personal trainer in the morning, and I am a waitress at a casual fine dining restaurant in the evening. And I also just completed my paralegal certification in December.
How many interviews did you have with detectives regarding this incident?
With detectives? I'm unsure.
Was it more than one? Was it?
I believe so.
Do you recall when the first interview was?
When I first was asked questions, I believe that was the same day I got arrested, November the 16th.
That was the day that you, I believe, willingly came in to get questions?
Correct.
Okay. And now you said you testified previously that in a portion or the first part of your interview, you were holding things back.
Correct.
And then in the second part, you took the opportunity to tell the truth, but you held back, identity of problems that you were, thinking about holding back as far as one of the individuals that you say were with you.
Correct.
That day that the incident occurred, was that the first time you were at that house?
Are you talking about Young Band's house?
No, excuse me, sorry. Was that your first time that you were at 1040 Wiley Street?
That was not my first time at 1040 Wiley Street.
What was the previous occasion that you were there?
2 years prior for a party.
So you were there 2 years ago for another party?
Correct.
Can you briefly just describe, the environment then, the atmosphere then of that party?
It was a party on a flyer that was sent around multiple high schools around my area. And it was high school people, a bunch of people, I would say maybe 30 plus.
Do you remember who threw that party?
I do not.
Okay. Was there any drugs in attendance of that party?
Just marijuana, I believe.
In 2019, were you currently using drugs?
I was.
What can you describe what your drug usage was like in 2019?
I'm sorry, what was that last
Describe
part?
what your drug usage was like in 2019.
Heavy, almost every day, marijuana, Percocet, Xanax, anything that I could find.
That day that you and Lauren arrived at Young Band's apartment, do you remember Lauren asking Young Band if he had any perks?
I don't remember that.
When you got there, arrived there, how many individuals did you say were at that apartment?
Lauren, myself, you, Young Bands, and 2 other people, a male and a female that I do not know, and they weren't involved.
Was there any drug usage at Young Band's apartment?
I can't remember.
So in the car on the way to the apartment, you and Lauren had no discussion that you guys wanted some perks?
That's a very high possibility, but I'm unsure if I remember that exact conversation.
The witness is still charged with and facing trial for her crime.
You know Young Bands as a rapper, correct?
Correct.
How many other rappers do you think you know?
At the time, I felt like I knew a good bit, but just hung out with them, never knew them to a personal level.
He might be going a little bit in the non-relevant side, but he's doing a good job so far this morning.
And according to your knowledge, you thought Bands and Rick were part of YSL?
I was not under the impression that it was YSL.
What impression?
I wasn't sure.
Did you think or not think that they were part of any gang?
I wasn't sure.
Did you think or did you not think? That's a tough question. Confused squirrel. Confused squirrel. Welcome to the gallery. Great to have you here.
Squirrel!
Do you recall in your first interview with Maldonado, excuse me, sorry. Yes, in your first interview with Maldonado, do you recall stating that you never saw the males, but you heard suspects, but you never saw the males?
Correct.
Okay. Now, pointing just to the part of the interview where you said you took the opportunity to tell the truth. Do you remember stating in that part of the interview, telling the detective that you found it weird that the guys you say you were with told you they did not want to enter the house because it was not their scene, so they stayed in the car?
Correct.
And the gentleman, the male Rick, and the male that you say is Baby Slat, did you ever see those males enter 1040 Wiley Street?
I did not.
And the gentleman that you know as Rick and Baby Slat, did you ever see them leave 1040 Wiley Street?
I did not.
And when you were in there, you said you heard commotion, but you didn't actually see what was going on?
Correct.
So there's a possibility that the two males that were supposedly in that 1040 Wiley Street address could have been other males beside the male Rick and Baby Slat.
I'm unsure how to answer this. Yes, there's a possibility it could be somebody else.
The quick recap on this case is it's a home invasion robbery of a drug party where the four people accused of the robbery are the two girls who went in first. They were invited to the party. The two boys they brought there were not invited. The two boys brought guns. The
and
girls
on the way to 1040 Wiley Street.
Yeah, that's how it went down.
Did you ever see the male that you were with any firearms?
I didn't see any firearms on the way over there.
One of our auditions for backup dancers for the rag rap song. We've all had a lot of practice every morning. I can't wait to get the design of my first tattoo ever. Probably get it on my forehead. This is Jamie C. I love it. Love it.
To kind of, get a picture of what the ride there or the ride back from 1040 Wiley Street looked like. where were you sitting in the vehicle on the way to 1040 Wiley Street?
I can't remember.
I mean, you can't remember front or back or left or right, or like, literally, I wasn't driving, but I was in the car.
Correct.
Okay, he's almost telling on himself. Where were you sitting? Is it true?
But you know you were in the car, you just don't know where you were sitting at in the car.
Correct.
And who was driving the vehicle?
I believe Lauren was driving the vehicle.
But you are unsure? Because you said you believe. Do you know for sure Lauren was driving the vehicle?
I don't know for sure. I would assume so because it's her car, but I don't want to say yes and not have it be accurate. I just can't remember for sure.
In your encounter with the gentleman that you know as Rick, do you remember seeing any tattoos on him?
I don't remember.
That was a good question.
So you don't remember seeing any tattoos around his upper body, upper shoulder area?
I can't remember that. I'm sorry.
Okay.
This is, I believe the defendant was known as Rick Rare.
Is this your first time participating in something like this?
Yes.
Do you know other individuals that might have participated in something like this?
I do.
Who are those individuals? Are they males, females?
I'm sorry. I think I'm not understanding the question.
You said you knew other individuals that participated in things like this, in what happened in this incident.
I'm
like
sorry.
this, you're talking about, by this you mean a home invasion?
Home invasion, armed robbery.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, but drugs, yes.
Okay.
Guys, my burner phone is blowing up with lyrics.
Are you familiar with the YSL gang?
As in,
are you familiar with the YSL gang?
I know of it. I don't know people in it.
Okay. So that entire night in 2019, did you ever see the male that you know as Rick with a firearm?
Next to one.
You said he was next to a firearm? When was he next to him?
When everything was laid out on Ban's bed in his apartment.
And what was all laid out on the bed?
Edibles, wax, the guns, the masks.
Okay. And that was it. That was all laid out. That you can recall. That was it.
From what I can recall, yes.
Do you remember the phone call at the end of your interview with Maldonado that you had with your mother?
Not well.
So do you know, according to what your belief is, do you know if you told her a lie or a truth, or both, or a mixture?
I can't recall the interview with my mom. I stopped it before I got on the phone with her.
Meaning when you were reviewing, like you talked with the jury about yesterday, when you got to that part of the interview, when you were talking with your mom on the phone, you stopped the interview.
Correct.
Okay. So you recall historically you had a conversation with your mom. That's nothing you've refreshed yourself with.
Correct.
Scarlett O'Hara, she is charged with the same thing that the accused is charged with. As a co-conspirator in the crime, it doesn't matter if she carried the gun or drove the car or, arranged the whole thing. She has the same charges. And she and her friend, Lauren, are going to face those charges a little later this year.
You testify that, to make sure it's correct, that you came over to Young Man's apartment to hook up with the people that were there, or Young Man's and the gentleman you described as Rick.
Correct.
He's going there.
Did you and Rick have sex?
Not vaginally, but orally sex. Oral sex, yes.
Has Rick or anybody outside of Rick ever paid you for vaginal or oral sex?
No.
It was relevant because it came out in other testimony that this happened. How he's talking about himself in like the third person is quite interesting. Nope.
Do you know any male gang members? Do you know or associate as friends or whatever with any male gang members around that time in 2019?
Around 2019, correct.
Who?
I'm unsure how to answer that. I can't think of names right now. At the time, I thought there were only like Bloods, Crips, GD, but no divisions under that. I just thought the people that wore red were Blood, the people that wore blue were Crip. If I was hanging out with somebody that was wearing red, thought they were a Blood. If I hung out with somebody that was wearing blue, thought they were a Crip.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not believing that she doesn't remember any gang members.
Do you know if Lauren and Young Bands had sex that night?
I don't know.
Okay. And you never performed any sexual favors for anybody for money or drugs?
Objection relevant.
Okay. I think you heard what I heard. So there's an objection to relevance. You also already asked her that. So let's move away from that topic. Okay.
Okay. The relevance was just that.
You've already asked it once and she's answered it. So I'm ruling on asked and answered. In fact, your question was, just to be clear, you said, and she did say, and so the jurors will remember the answer. And I'm gonna ask you to move to a different topic now.
I just threw in drugs just to clarify. She said no to money. I just wanted to see if it was also a no to drugs.
Okay. Well, why don't you for drugs either?
Not for drugs either.
Okay. On the day of the incident, when you went inside the house, did you participate in any of the drug uses at the party?
I'm sure I smoked some weed or ate an edible.
Did you personally take anything from 1040 Wiley Street?
Personally, no.
Did you know that Lauren took edibles from 1040 Wiley Street?
I did. May I actually say it was the THC wax, not the edibles that she took?
You may, and you have.
Sorry.
It's okay.
In your interview with Detective Maldonado, Did you ever mention the name Max?
Think I just said Rick.
Do you recall yesterday when you testified under the questions of Miss Mignot that you told her that you did say the name Max to Detective Maldonado? Do you remember confirming that to her that you did say that name?
I do not.
So the only names you mentioned to the detective in your first interview and the second interview were Rick, Slime, and Baby Slat?
I would have to clarify.
You can clarify.
Like, watch the video and clarify again. I don't want to make a false testimony.
I thought you were researched with your case and your interviews.
Objection.
I watched them, but I can't remember every aspect of both 2-hour interviews. I apologize.
So do you remember the name that you mentioned in the interview? Do you remember all the names that you mentioned in that interview?
I'm sorry, may you ask that?
Do you remember all of the names that you mentioned to Detective Nat and Maldonado in their interview?
I'm sorry, I'm still confused on the question.
Do you recall from your review of the interview or views you had with Detective Maldonado, how many different names or nicknames or monikers you provided them as the names you understood the people you were with to have?
And just to clarify, I'm speaking directly about the people that you said were with you.
Okay. I remember saying slime. I remember saying there's something with a snake. I remember spelling out baby slat -1 T. I remember saying Rick Rare.
Before that question, you said Rick, and now you're saying you said Rick Rare.
I'm sorry, Rick Rare. There were multiple different names, correct?
So you remember that, do you recall, that the first time you said Rick was Rick Rare was after the detective showed you a photo of Rick Rare's Instagram?
I don't recall that, I'm sorry.
No further questions.
Mr. Hiles, do you feel a need to engage in any redirect examination?
Yeah, we'll clear a few things up yesterday.
Okay. That means everyone else will do redirect or recross.
Understand.
Okay.
All right. Ms. Kalish, were you arrested? I mean, you're charged in this case.
I am.
Okay. And as a criminal defendant in this case, were you provided full discovery was the interviews, police reports, and everything associated with your prosecution.
With me, correct.
Okay. Was that turned over to your attorney?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
That the discovery, did you obtain that discovery through your attorney?
Correct.
Okay. And when you were asked yesterday if you were researching this case, were you referring to reading your discovery that was given to you as a criminal defendant?
I
Overruled. Did you understand the question?
I did.
Your answer is?
I was just watching my own stuff. Researching, no. Reviewing my stuff and what's going on with me, yes.
And I'm going to direct you back to State's Exhibit 25.
Did he just say, oh, shoot? Or a variant of that?
Something's wrong with the top monitor?
It's not.
Oh, sorry about that. Another part of this great setup. I can't see it.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I'm gonna start asking questions while that's loading up. All right, do you remember the conversation yesterday that we had where I asked you to identify your Instagram target number?
Correct.
And I asked you also to interview and identify the Instagram target number of the 1,100 baby slapped.
Correct.
Okay. The conversation that is before you, you don't need to read, we're not going to read the whole thing again. What date is the first message of that particular conversation?
I'm sorry, there's a thing.
Yeah, stay mute.
Okay.
Thank you.
It says 11/9/2019 at 5:27 p.m.
Okay. And what is the number that sent that text message?
187542620.
And you see where my cursor is?
I do.
What does that message read?
Well, we need to sell that shit and get a big dinner because I need some crab legs stat.
Stat.
What was the ID number associated with that?
187542620.
And the message directly after that, what did that say?
Just chill.
And what is the unique, the target number that sent that message?
307-640912.
And the very last message in this text chain, what does that message say?
What's the word baby slat?
Okay. And is that you sending that message?
It is.
Okay. Stop sharing real quick, and I want to turn your attention to State's Exhibit 29. These are what identified as the business records of 1,100 baby slap. Will you please read the, it's taking a second to share. When it does share. Will you please read the target number associated with 1100 baby slap?
307-640912.
Okay. I'm going to stay within State's Exhibit 29. Now, inside that State's Exhibit 29, I am turning to the linked media label associated with the account. Staying inside the linked media of that same Instagram records, do you recognize the person depicted here?
It looks like the individual I know as Baby Slat.
Okay. And is that the Baby Slat that you were conversing with in that last set of text messages that we were talking about?
Correct.
Okay. And do you see that individual in court here today?
May I stand?
May.
I do.
Okay, will you please identify him by where he's sitting and what he's wearing?
To my right-hand side, in my point of view, wearing a gray suit.
Okay. And is that the same Baby Slat that you testified to rode to and from 1040 Wiley Street in Miss Riley's car?
Correct.
Okay. And who else was in that car when you left young Van's apartment to go to 1040 Wiley Street?
Myself, Lauren, Rick Ware, same person, and Baby Slat.
Okay. And do you see that person, Rick Ware or Rick, in this courtroom today?
I do.
Would you please identify him by what he is wearing and where he is sitting? And you may stand.
He is also sitting on the right side, in my point of view, of the courtroom, wearing a navy jacket and a black turtleneck.
Okay. And I'm sorry to be insensitive. We covered this briefly, but is that the individual that just questioned you?
It was.
Okay. And is that the same Rick that rode in that car with you?
It is.
Is that the same Rick that you testified to engaging in sexual acts with?
It is.
Okay. Now, you did testify, or did you testify that you actually did not see those two enter, Baby Slat and Rick, enter the party?
Correct.
Okay. But when you came to the party, did you have edibles, drugs, or anything of that nature?
We did not.
Okay. And did anybody else get in or out of Miss Riley's car? Or was anybody else riding in Miss Riley's car with you to and from that incident?
None other than the ones previously stated.
Okay. And when you got back to young Van's apartment, did you ever see any drugs, guns, or masks?
Yes.
Okay. And who was in possession of those drugs, guns, and masks?
At the time, I would say all of us, but we were all there.
Okay. And what, yeah. All right. I do want to, so I'm gonna do this with you real quick. Share this out. Again, for reference, this is inside the attached videos on the Instagram records of 1,100 baby slaps.
And that's something we have to carefully eliminate.
There was music playing.
Okay, and who's the author of that music that's playing attached to that post?
Young bands.
Okay, so that is your testimony that is not young bands pictured in the photo?
That is not young bands in the photo.
Is that consistent with an Instagram post sharing young band's music?
I'm sorry, may you reword that?
Is that where it says young bands, is that the album title of the music playing above? If you look at the
it's the artist of the song, correct?
Okay, and what's the song?
Of course, it's blocked out by the way our system works. And I want to be clear, that's not intentional. That's just our glitchy system. There we go. It was not Mr. Hiles. It wasn't anyone else.
It was Mr. Hiles.
Oh, I'm sorry. It says partner in crime, PIC.
Okay. That's all that I have here.
Ms. Mignot, you have an opportunity to recross.
Good morning, Mr. Riley.
This is Ms. Kalish.
I apologize. Good morning, Ms. Kalish.
Good morning.
Wrong witness.
You just testified this morning that this is not the first time you had gone to the Wiley Street location.
Correct.
But as it pertains to robberies, you told Detective Maldonado that both you and Lauren were thinking about robbing another drug dealer by the name Maddie, correct?
I'm sorry, that's incorrect.
Okay. You remember having a conversation with Detective Maldonado about Lauren suggesting that you all rob someone else?
She suggested that she wanted to rob somebody else, correct?
Okay. And who was the other person that you told Detective Maldonado in the videos that she wanted to rob?
I'm sorry, I said Mati, M-A-T-I.
Okay. So M-A-T-I is a drug dealer, correct? Based on what you told Detective Maldonado.
Correct.
And Lauren had suggested that you and Lauren set up a robbery of this drug dealer, Mati, M-A-T-I, right?
May you repeat the first part of that, please?
You and Lauren had a conversation that you shared with Detective Maldonado, correct? About robbery.
Correct, that she wanted to do that.
Okay. And you informed Detective Maldonado that you had decided that wasn't a good idea because Mati was a big drug dealer.
He had a lot of firearms.
And you were concerned about your safety because that person had arsenal, a weaponry, right?
Correct.
Now, so as it pertains to your testimony this morning, where you say, hey, this is the first time I've been to Wiley Street and the first time I've been to drug parties, but not any parties associated with guns, it would be a little bit different if you had shared that you had had conversations about robberies before, correct?
Correct, but that's not a party.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the layout. Based on the fact that you had been to the 1040 Wiley Street's address before, you were familiar with the layout of the house, right?
I had gone 2 years prior to the incident once.
Okay. And you had been there once, so you would know where the kitchen was the first time you went there, right?
I would say yes.
Okay. You would also know when you come in the door, whether that's a living room or a bedroom, right?
Correct.
So you would be familiar with the layout of the property inside, correct?
Not 100% thorough.
But somewhat familiar.
Somewhat familiar.
Now, you testified that you're not sure about gangs, especially YSL gang. You remember that this morning?
Correct.
And isn't it true that any information that you're providing as it pertains to YSL gang and who you think are members of that gang came from the information law enforcement provided to you?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding.
Okay, so if you have no knowledge of the YSL gang prior to being arrested in this case, and now you are stating that you know my client as Baby Slat and as part of the YSL gang, you're getting that information from law enforcement that spoke to you about this case, right?
I'm kind of confused how to answer, but I think I understand what you're trying to say. I put Slat with blood. I didn't think they were deep gang members. I wasn't sure the YSL portion of that. I just thought gang in general.
And your thoughts have changed based on the information that you've received from Detective Maldonado and other investigators in this case, right?
I learned new information, correct.
That's my point.
Correct.
Now, you're testifying this morning that you saw firearms, correct?
After the fact.
And you originally stated that even after the fact, when you got back, you did not see any firearms. All you saw were drugs, right?
I'm sorry, I testified yesterday that I saw the masks, guns, and drugs.
That's my point. You just said that yesterday. But prior to yesterday, you told Detective Maldonado in your interview on November 16th of 2019 that when you got back to Young Band's apartment, that you had not seen any guns. Correct?
Correct.
So between that interview and yesterday is the first time we're hearing that you saw guns when you returned from the 1040 Wiley Street location, right?
Correct.
Now, counsel for the state, Mr. Hiles, showed you again State's Exhibit 25 and had you read off an Instagram target number.
Correct.
That is not a phone number, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't create the target number.
Correct.
And you don't know who created the target number.
Correct.
You don't even know if the target number is correct, right?
I'm unsure what a target number is in general.
Okay. So you're just reading what you're seeing on the image that the state is putting in front of you, correct?
Correct.
Now, as it pertains to the conversation that the state just read to you, where you said, we need to sell that shit and get a big dinner because I need some crab legs. It doesn't say anything about drugs, right?
Correct.
Doesn't say anything about a robbery, right?
Correct.
Doesn't say anything about guns.
Correct.
Doesn't say anything about, hey, that robbery we committed, I need my money from it now, right?
Correct.
In fact, This, how it's depicted in the state's exhibit, could be a conversation between you and Lauren, right?
I'm sorry, what do you mean?
When you're looking at the screen, your name is not depicted on it, right?
Correct.
So we have to trust you that, yeah, this is my communication to someone, right?
Under those target numbers?
Yes.
Correct.
Now, counsel played looks like an Instagram post of the person that is depicted as the name that's depicted as 1100 Baby Slap in the exhibit that was just played for you.
Correct.
Now, in that video, it has the name Young Bands, right?
It does.
And it's wrong because Young Bands is not my client, Mr. Robinson.
I know.
Okay. So if you're looking at that, somebody has to say, hey, that's not Mr. Robinson.
Correct.
Okay. Also, the song that is playing is not Mr. Robinson singing, correct?
Correct.
And a post like that could be done by anyone, and any type of song could be posted.
Correct.
So if I posted, say, for example, a picture with the video of Bob Marley, it doesn't mean that I know Bob Marley, right?
Correct.
Wonderful. Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
You're welcome. Excuse me. I'm turning to the accused. Sir, do you have any recross?
You said that you didn't know where in the car you were sitting. You don't remember where?
Correct.
Do you remember rushing or running out of the house that night out of 1040 Wilder Street?
I do.
And Lauren picked you up, correct?
Correct.
And you just don't remember what side of the car you got in?
I do not remember.
You mentioned you knew a gentleman by the name of Monty, correct? Monty. Oh. I'm sorry.
M-A-T-I, that man you're referring to?
Yes.
Correct.
And you mentioned that he had a lot of firearms.
Correct.
How were you aware of that?
When Lauren and I went over to his house, they were at his house.
Was he a gang member? Do you know?
I have no idea.
What colors did you see him wear? You said you classify gang members by the colors they wear.
I don't know if he was in a gang or anything.
Did he have any tattoos?
I can't remember.
No further questions.
Thank you. Jurors, time for your questions. If you would get them to Deputy Gordon. I'm going retro there. Deputy for a bunch of years. Not as good as Gordon.
He has to say that because Gordon's here. But Gordon messed up the count of the jurors.
Thank you.
Teresa, thanks for gifting 5 memberships. Thank you very much. It's funny, Lovebug, he literally got one right as you said, wow, when? Right now. Okay, we're going to excuse the jurors briefly. They're going to step out while the questions are discussed amongst the parties. Judge is reading them now. The shirt has a high collar than an open area. It's a unique look. Did Judge just say ow like you got a paper cut?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be your morning break. Scheduling wise, we're going to have lunch at 1 today. It is a drug court graduation, which is a very happy event where some people who are in drug court, nothing to do with this case, accountability court, have completed 18 months or more, and sober for a bunch of months. And I have 2 participants of mine I've been working with for 2 years who are graduating. That's at 1:30. But I'm going to do that during your lunch so that we don't have to delay things. Be over in Assembly Hall. So we'll have lunch from 1 to 2 today. I'll be back before 2, so we can pick up. I just share that with you for planning purposes because it may be at 12:45. I need to eat. You will eat. It'll be at 1. So eat a lot of snacks now while we go over these questions. Don't talk about the case. No outside research.
Yes, we will see the jurors as they walk out of the window, walk out of the room there behind the witness. Judge is okay with showing the jurors, and it's his decision. I don't know the button song. I don't know the button song. You may be seated. We only stand for the jury.
Mr. Hiles, Ms. Mignot, if you'll cluster over there by Mr. Pritchett, please.
Cluster up, people. Cluster up. Oh, I think we're going to find out that YSL, or this group that these 2 defendants are accused to be part of, is a subset or a hybrid of other gangs, which is interesting because it looks like, according to the slideshow we saw this morning, it looks like YSL crosses that that boundary between Crips and Bloods, which, you know, when I was a kid was like, that was no man's land. No, there was no crossover. It was one extreme or the other. It's a sub-click. We're learning a lot about gangs today, a whole ton.
You got more? Here you go. Oh, yeah.
They say YSL is blood affiliated. But what about the songs? The 5 points like Dallas. Wasn't that Crip related?
Here you go. That's it.
I think the scope of the crimes they're charging here are very specific, so I don't think it would meet the RICO standard. But yes, same gang basically. Seven. I don't know the total charges as far as I haven't done the math on the maximum, but they're facing about 20 different charges, from the home invasion, from the assaults, the different assaults, from the threatening people by pointing a gun at them, from the theft. There's quite a few charges there. There's a gang affiliation charge. Robert, here's the thing. At what point do the kids who are trying to be in a gang, what point do we consider them a gang? Because a lot of kids that try to be in a gang start committing a lot of the crimes that gang members sometimes are notorious for committing. At what point do they cross over? When do they arrive? '79 Cecilia, we never got the result there. It might have happened out of court. I just have not seen it. We've sort of watched for it as much as we can. I just have not seen the result on that DNA case with Judge Wolf. You're getting ink done. Tell me it's not the logo that we just had on the screen earlier. Tell me it's not this one. So I've been working on my rap song. I've got a couple verses I'm sort of putting together. It's not ready to share yet because I'm sort of fine-tuning it and changing some things.
Let's try to get through these, please.
Bring the jurors first. I think it's important that there is some innuendo in a rap song. So there's some speculation as to what I'm talking about. So I'm going to see if I can put a little bit of that in it, not too much. There has to be a lot of like a braggadocio type feel to it, where I'm claiming to be the best or better than everybody else. So we'll put some of that in there. I need to put other people down.
Question 48 reads, she didn't testify to having a conversation about Percocet in the car on the way to the party. How did the accused know this? I won't be asking that. Question 47 is an observation that Mr. Pritchett has something on his right leg. I won't be saying anything about that either. Just a sec. Other than that, do you have any objection to the remaining questions, Mr. Hiles?
They already flagged it. He thinks that is.
Ms. Mignon.
Like the same ones I had.
Look at that alignment. Mr. Pritchett, yes, sir.
The only one was the one about the Percocet question. I want to clarify exactly how I knew it.
So you don't get to tell stuff to the jury in this case. You may know it from a report. You may know it because you were there. You may know it because someone else told you. It's okay, but it's just not something that the jury gets to answer. The jury could have, to switch it around, the jury could have said, how did Ms. Mignot know X, Y, and Z? No, that only a witness can answer something, and this witness isn't the right person to say how you knew something, how Ms. Mignot knew something, how Mr. Hiles knew something. So I understand you know the answer. You also know the answer to what's going on with your leg. That's just not something that this witness can share with the jury. Okay? Did you have objections to any of the other questions?
No.
Okay.
So, I mean, you could clarify the jury rules.
Tell me what it's in. How did you learn that?
It's in, I'm not sure. I believe this is exhibit 23 or 24. Lauren's phone and Instagram extract, and it's specifically the message say between her and young man. She asks the man, "Do you have a perk club?" The young man says yes, and he asks, "How many do you want?"
Okay, I'm remembering it now. So it's from either Instagram records or a phone extract.
From Lauren.
Okay, from Ms. Riley.
The young man said that he's gonna, upon their arrival, he's gonna tell the plug or the Percocets to pull up, and they're $1 a milligram.
Okay, got it. So that's your source for it. That's not something that I can share with the jury. It doesn't mean it's not in evidence. It just means that this witness didn't remember that. Okay.
It's just the jury, according to the question, they're having observations about, like I said, how I may know that. And I want to clarify. I mean, but I'm wondering if you can do it just, okay.
I can't, that's not my role. One way would be for you to choose to testify. Another way would be through some other witness. You might be able to share that with them and say, what's this? And I think it's something Ms. Riley actually already talked about some. And if you give a closing argument, you might say, ladies and gentlemen, you'll recall the text exchange between Young Bands and Lauren Riley, where Young Band said, hey, we'll have the plug for the Percocets there. That doesn't require you to testify at all. That's you making argument to the jury about something that's already in evidence. But it would need to come from you, but you don't get to share things with the jury in that way until closing. Okay? All right, let's bring the jurors back in, please.
That's one. So the immediate witness after this is going to be Officer O'Hare, and I don't want to bring up Firearm if it's something that you're not going to allow tender.
Okay.
So is that something we can take up right now before we bring the jury in?
Yes, this would be the time to do it. So tell me, use your last shot at making it relevant and not unduly prejudicial.
Understood. Each one of the witnesses / victims testified to a AR style pistol.
No, that's not correct. Some of the victims said AR style pistol. Some said gun. Some said pistol. Some said rifle.
Some said.
They're all over the map with what they said the gun or guns look like. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Submachine gun, AR pistol. Some said pistol.
Some said rifle.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
So a rifle, this is both a pistol and a rifle style. It's got an extended butt stock. And it's the same gun that is depicted in the music video, Play Nasty, which you have already admitted.
You know it's the same gun because someone who was in the video who held it said that was the gun I was holding? Or it looks like it?
It looks like it. You can see the same sight. You can see the same color of the gun. You can see the same style.
Okay. And who was holding the gun in the video?
Yeah, the person standing right next to Mr. Robinson.
Nothing to do with Mr. Pritchett?
Nope.
And yet the gun that you are trying to link, you're actually linking to Mr. Pritchett's arrest, not Mr. Robinson's arrest.
It was recovered in an area that this witness testified to guns, drugs being on the bed. And also, I believe J.P. Miller would testify to the fact that guns are shared at large amongst family members.
The gun that you think this looks like in the video is in the Guns Up video or the video filmed in Young Band's apartment?
Video filmed in Young Band's apartment.
Okay. Do you know when that video was filmed?
There is a date of published. There's a couple different dates, but it appears to be.
What's the earliest date published? Because it has to have been filmed before then.
In August
of
19.
Okay. So
I don't know the exact date. I don't want to cross that line.
You're not, but at least 3 months before, maybe almost 4 months before Mr. Pritchett was arrested, as you describe it, sneaking out of the apartment. And just so I'm fully clear on this, Mr. Pritchett didn't have the gun on him. It was in a backpack that a young lady who was not ultimately charged with anything in this case was carrying.
That's correct.
Okay, gun's not coming in.
Not coming in.
Well, that's good.
Great. Anything else you want to clear up with O'Hare?
I
know you'll tell him that. Anything you want guidance from me on?
I don't want any guidance from you. I don't need any guidance on anything else.
Okay.
But I do I'm going to step out. I'm going to get it myself and say, hey, we're not going to talk about that.
Great. And you're not going to tender the gun. It's not going to come into the courtroom.
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay. Ms. Mignot, anything else about the gun?
Nothing further from responding.
Mr. Pritchett?
Mr. Robinson.
No, okay. Then let's bring the jurors in, please. Thank you for flagging that.
Yeah.
All right, jurors. President of the County Court.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. All right, Ms. Callis, a few more questions.
Yes, sir.
You were shown, at least today, I can't remember if also yesterday, a picture that you connected to Mr. Robinson that said Young Bands on it, and then someone pressed play and we even heard some music. I'm gonna call that the media. That I don't know whether that's an Instagram or a Vine or a what. That media, Vine was probably before your time, but that media, is that something you ever received? Like it was on your phone or your account?
No.
Had you seen it before today?
No.
Turning to 1040 Wiley and the evening, early morning of November 8th, 2019.
Is that correct?
How long would you estimate you were in 1040 Wiley that night? Best ballpark.
I would say ballpark 30 minutes, but I like to base it off of me being able to find something to roll marijuana with, sitting down, breaking that open, clearing that out, refilling it, and using the restroom.
Did you use the restroom? Was part of the operation you were doing with the tobacco or marijuana, was that in the restroom, or there were two separate things? You did all those things, then you went to the restroom?
We were sitting at the couch, and then that's when I got up to use the restroom, but that's where the rolling activity was taking place.
At couch or restroom?
The couch.
Okay, and who's the we who was sitting at the couch?
I remember an Asian man sitting near me, and I can't recall the rest, but a good amount of the people that were at the party were in that room.
Okay. When you left 1040 Wiley, were people like you just described, I'm gonna call them the party goers, were they still inside 1040 Wiley?
They were.
Trying to ask these in kind of a bit of an order. Do you remember anything about what the two males who rode with you and Lauren to 1040 Wiley were wearing that night? Not in Young Band's apartment, but en route to 1040 Wiley, what they had on?
I do not. Specifics are a little hard due to my impairment.
When you say your impairment, meaning?
My lorazepam.
When you were in the bathroom during the home invasion, did you recognize any of the voices yelling at people to get on the floor?
I don't recognize the voices, just male aggression.
Do you recall if either of the two men who were in the car with you that went to 1040 Wiley Street had gloves on at any point?
I do not recall.
Do you recall gloves being part of what was laid out on the bed back at Young Band's when people were looking at the hall?
I can't remember if gloves were there.
Okay. Before you met with the police on November 16th, before November 16th, 2019, did you know Rick Rare's real name?
I did not.
Did you know Baby Slat's real name?
I did not.
Did at any point when you were driving home is the wrong phrase, when you and Ms. Riley and the two men were heading back from 1040 to Young Band's apartment, did anyone discuss what had just happened at 1040 Wiley?
There was discussion about it.
What was that discussion? Who said what, as best you recall?
I recall Rick asking if I got hit. At that point, I kind of knew it was really bad then. what it was. He asked if I got hit, and then.
And you took hit to mean like someone was hitting on you, or hit like struck?
Like struck.
Okay.
There was some talk about a physical altercation, like fists. And then when I had walked out of the door, I saw blood on the floor.
At Young Bands or
No,
at 10?
I'm sorry, at 1040 Wiley Street.
Got it. Inside the house or outside?
Inside.
Okay. And are you able to attribute to either the person you're calling Baby Slat or the person you're calling Rick Rare any of the comments of, I hit someone or I had to fight with someone?
I don't remember who said they were hitting somebody. I remember Rick Rare asking if he hit me during the robbery.
Not just did you get hit, but did I hit you?
Correct.
Was there any discussion in the car on the way back to Young Band's apartment about what was taken?
I believe we all understood that edibles and it was just marijuana products.
Did you, while everyone was driving back to Young Band's apartment, see anyone in Ms. Riley's car throwing things out of the car?
Correct. Gentlemen, Rick Rare and Baby Slat proceeded to throw the wallets, phones out of the car, including mine.
Including your wallet?
Including my phone.
Your phone?
Correct.
How did it come to be that either Rick Rare or Baby Slat had your phone?
It was left in the car for Lauren and the gentleman, Rick Rare and Baby Slat, to communicate.
Was there any discussion by either Rick Rare or Baby Slat about why they were throwing these things out of Ms. Riley's car?
To not have it on our people, the wallets and phones.
Okay. Those were the words that were used, or that's how you're distilling?
That's how I'm distilling it.
Okay.
I apologize. No, I don't remember specific words.
Okay, but words to that effect?
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall any clothing or accessories, things you would wear, that were taken from people at 1040 Wiley that ended up displayed on that bed at Young Band's?
I know there were shoes, but I cannot recall what they looked like.
Are you able to say high heel versus?
A sneaker. A sneaker shoe looked almost like an Air Force One from Nike, but unsure if it was that shoe.
Okay. When all of the proceeds from 1040 Wiley were spread out on that bed in Young Band's apartment, who was in the room looking at the stuff and spreading it out?
Rick Rare, Baby Slat, Lauren, myself, and Young Bands.
So Young Bands was at his place when you all got back?
Correct.
Explain to the jurors, as best you recall, why the person you knew as Baby Slat was called in to participate in the home invasion instead of the people who were already at the apartment or some other people.
I'm sorry, asking why Baby Slat was called instead of proceeding with the people that were already there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I was unsure why they were calling somebody else. They, as in Young Bands and Rick, both were calling people. Unsure who. The first person did not answer. Then they said, call another person, said Baby Slat's on the way. He never introduced himself as Baby Slat, but it was announced that Baby Slat is on the way.
And did the person you know to be Baby Slat actually come up into Young Band's apartment Or did you meet him downstairs getting into Ms. Riley's car?
He came up into the apartment.
I can't remember if you were shown a communication from Ms. Riley that had ring cam video on it from 1040 Wiley. Is that something that one of the lawyers shared with you during your testimony?
I believe I've seen the picture. Was it sent from Miss Riley?
Well, that's my question is, how did you or Ms. Riley get ring cam video from 10? It's the juror's question. How did you or Ms. Riley get ring cam video from 1040 Wiley Street?
I believe it was sent to Lauren via Chris Riggs. Then Lauren sent it to my phone.
You explained to the jurors during some of your answers that you were reluctant to use the name Slat, Baby Slat, to identify the second male who was with you and Ms. Riley that night because you were afraid. Were you not afraid of Rick Rare because you seemed to be more willing to use that name?
I don't think there was a specific reason. I was just not forthcoming with full information.
Mr. Hiles, do you have any questions for Ms. Kalish based on what she just discussed?
One question. You said that your phone got thrown out the window. Were you able to get your phone back?
I did.
Okay, how did you get it back?
I said my phone was just thrown out of the window, stopped the car, picked it up. It was the first one I picked up. I remember it had a Chucky wallpaper on it, like the doll Chucky.
Bingo, Chucky.
That's it. One question. Ms. Mignot, you are not limited to one, but if you have any questions based on the jurors' questions, now is the time.
Your testimony a few seconds ago was the person never introduced himself as Baby Slat. That's the person you said they called the second phone call they made, right?
Correct.
So the only time you ever identified that person as Baby Slat is a third person said that's Baby Slat.
Correct. But then when I spoke to him, he answered to Baby Slat.
So you're calling the person Baby Slat. They never said, that's not my name.
Correct.
And that's the only reason you're saying. They never said, hey, I'm Baby Slat.
Correct.
Nothing further, Judge.
And to the accused, sir, do you have any follow-up for Ms. Kalish based on the jurors' questions?
Do you remember your interview with Nominato where you stated twice that when you were in the car on the ride back from the location at 1040 Wiley Street, that you didn't see anything happening afterwards, you didn't ask?
Which interview was this?
This was the second one where you committed to taking the opportunity to tell the truth. The first, I'll go in order. The first instance where he asked what happened after the incident in the car. The first statement from you was, on the ride back, it was quiet and you listened to music on the ride back from the party. That was your first. Do you recall saying that?
I do.
You call him second, I believe he went back to that same topic of what happened after the party in the vehicle. You stated and made clear that you did not see anything happening afterwards. You didn't ask.
Correct.
You stated previously in your testimony that what was laid out on the bed of young man's apartment were the edibles, the weed, and the firearms and masks. And then now you're stating that you recall shoes being on that bed also. Which one is it?
I'm sorry, I don't recall the shoes being on the bed, but I do recall them being taken. I feel like that could be information that I received after the court case.
So you're inferring that shoes were taken after you heard about the court case blowing up basically. That's when you inferred something more than what you've seen on the bed was taken. After the court case blew up and you were able to do your research.
Correct.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Callis, thank you for coming back today. You are free to step down. Mr. Hiles, next witness.
State call Stephen O'Hare.
Okay, I'm going to need some help with this chart topping tune as I'm writing. The lyrics are good, man. They're spot on. I might need some backup singers. I'm thinking we need some backup singers. Definitely need a solid track for the background. But I'm working on an interlude right now. Hang on.
Morning, sir.
The only royalties we're talking about is me, the king.
Stephen O'Hare, STEPHENO''HARE.
Morning.
Good morning.
Where are you currently employed?
I am employed with the Atlanta Police Department.
Okay. And how long have you been employed there?
I'm in my 32nd year.
And what capacity, what's your role inside the police department?
I am an investigator. I'm assigned to the fugitive unit, which I've been assigned to for roughly 10 years.
Okay. What is the fugitive unit?
Fugitive unit, basically our responsibilities include locating, apprehending violent offenders who detectives for our various units, such as like homicide, robbery, ag assault, our sex crimes unit. They'll investigate crimes, obtain warrants for individuals, and they'll assign them to us to go locate them.
Okay. Were you assigned fugitives Max Pritchett and Styron Robinson to locate?
I was.
Okay. So how does this assignment process work?
So the investigators who obtain the warrants will bring what's called a fugitive package to our office. That'll include stuff such as the arrest warrants, criminal history of the individual, a photograph, the actual police report for the incident, and the investigative reports attached to that. And basically these files will be assigned to various detectives. If there are multiple suspect cases, the same detective will typically get all the suspects involved in that actual investigation.
Okay. So is it your testimony that it is your job to find wanted suspects after other divisions take out arrest warrants?
That's correct.
Okay. Let's start with Styron Robinson. Did you ever were you assigned Styron Robinson's file?
I was.
Okay, and who assigned it to you?
It would have been one of the supervisors. I can't tell you specifically at the time.
All right, who was the lead investigator? Do you remember that?
For the actual case itself?
Yes, for the underlying case.
That'd be Detective Carlos Maldonado.
Okay. And did you arrest Styron Robinson?
I did.
Okay, and did you do so yourself?
Myself, along with members of the Atlanta Police Fugitive Unit.
Okay. And what date was that arrest made? Do you recall?
December 6th, 2019.
Okay. And did you get any property off the person of Mr. Tyron Robinson?
I did. We recovered a iPhone SE.
Okay. An iPhone SE?
Correct.
Okay. And did you turn that iPhone SE into the Armed Robbery Division of Atlanta Police Department?
I did personally.
Okay. And let's turn to Mr. Max Pritchett. Did you yourself arrest Mr. Max Pritchett?
Similar to Mr. Robinson, it was myself along with members of the fugitive unit.
Okay. And where did you arrest Mr. Max Pritchett?
We arrested him at 199 14th Street. I think it's the Mayflower condominiums. And he was arrested on the 22nd floor, directly adjacent to apartment 2202, I believe it was.
Okay. And when you originally went to the 199 14th Street, what was your purpose of going there that day originally?
As the lead investigator, I was basically trying to confirm some information related to the location as far as whether or not Mr. Pritchett was there. At the time, I was in plainclothes, interviewing members of leasing, trying to gain some information. So as things unfolded, I was able to determine that I reasonably believed that he was there. So at that point, I contacted members of the fugitive unit, but my role at that point was in plainclothes, basically still gaining information, but also watching the front entrance to make sure that he did not walk out.
Okay. And so did you go there to essentially scout or looking for intel?
That's correct.
Okay. And did it quickly turn to an arrest situation?
That's correct. It ended up turning into an apprehension.
Did you participate in the arrest?
Not physically. I was on scene, but I was back behind the stack as they were. The stack is basically what we call a group of individuals that are rolling up to an apartment to effect an arrest such as this. So I was back behind them in a support role.
Okay.
The case agent's on scene to interview people, to do anything that is assisting in attempting to locate an individual.
Okay. But did you determine an apartment number that was relevant?
I did.
Okay. And did you make entry into that apartment?
I did not physically make entry into it. I was towards the front door.
Okay, great. So were you wearing body camera that day?
I was not.
Okay. And did you, in that stack, were you standing behind or with an officer by the name of Carlos Smith?
I was.
Okay. And as you were with Carlos Smith, were you able to view the events in real time as they unfolded?
I was.
Okay. And I'm showing you what has now been marked in State's Exhibit 33. How do you recognize that?
It is a zip file that contains the body camera footage from Detective Carlos Smith.
Okay. And were you actually present on some of that body camera footage?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the events of that day that you were present for as they unfolded?
It was.
Okay. And have you reviewed that in its entirety?
I have.
Okay. Your Honor, this time the state would tender State's Exhibit 33, body camera footage from the arrest of Max Pritchett from Officer Carlos Smith's body cam footage.
All right. Ms. Mignot, any objection to State's 33?
I don't think I have a proper foundation. It sounds like this is for someone else, another officer's footage.
Okay, it is, but based on the questions Mr. Hiles has asked and the answers that Investigator O'Hare has given, much like he doesn't have to be the photographer of a still photo, I find that there is a sufficient foundation for States 33 to be admitted. But you're exactly right. This is not Investigator O'Hare's body camera. Either he didn't have one on him or his wasn't on, is what I understand his testimony to be.
And this was what date you're on?
33?
No, date.
What date did you arrest Mr. Pritchett on?
This would have been November 22nd, 2019.
Thank you.
Sure. And turning to the accused, sir, do you have any objection to the admission of States 33?
Other than I haven't received this reference.
Okay, meaning you personally haven't received it as opposed to your prior defense team. Noted.
I have no knowledge of my defense team.
Okay, you may not. I'll admit 33.
And for the record, this was shown to both the accused as well as Ms. Minot during the first break.
Okay.
So again, Officer O'Hare, please tell the jury why you were not wearing a body camera that day.
As I previously stated, my role initially was obviously I was not going there to present myself as a police officer to the general public. I was trying to maintain some cover of just not being notified as a law enforcement officer. And as things evolved, I didn't have time to actually get my body camera.
So you weren't wearing that shirt that says Atlanta Police Fugitive on the back?
I was not.
Okay, good choice.
The apartment y'all arrested Mr. Pritchett at, were you ever to determine who it belonged to?
It was being rented or subletted. I could never, I can't remember at this time, but I do know it was being subletted at least, I believe, to Voss Coleman.
Voss Coleman?
Yes.
Do you know Voss Coleman by any other names?
Offhand, I do not. It's been several years. I would have probably back then.
I'm not going to play the whole thing, but for you to see it, you're going to have to turn around and apologize. It's not going to be displayed. What is the date displayed at the top left-hand side of the top right of the screen?
That would be November 22nd, 2019.
And I'm going to play the beginning for about just over 20 seconds.
Looks a lot like a guy's head from here.
Now, would that be yourself coming out?
That would be.
Okay. And did you ever put on a vest to participate in this?
I did. As the team made entry, I went to my car and retrieved my vest. Unfortunately, my body camera was not on it at the time.
Okay. Now I'm going to fast forward to 7:43. Close as I can.
Find the door straight. Here you go.
Sorry, I'm gonna just.
Clear. All right. Find the door straight. Here you go. All right. We good. Coming out. who with me? Come on. I got love. Step up. Step up. Step up. All right. Real quick. Yeah, I hold right there, yeah. Okay. All right.
I know whenever I pause on this, do you recognize the poster or that painting that's on the wall?
I do.
Okay, and who is that painting on the wall of?
Appears to be Voss Coleman.
Hey, don't wrap around. There's no wall here. No, it doesn't. You know, put it straight real quick.
And do you see Max Pritchett in court here today?
I do.
Okay. Could you please stand and identify Max Pritchett by where he is sitting and what he is wearing?
Pritchett is over to my right, wearing a blue blazer with a mask, light blue mask over his face.
Okay. Please let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant, Max Pritchett.
Yes.
Okay. And is that the same Max Pritchett that you arrested inside of Voss Coleman's apartment?
Coming out of the apartment, yes.
Coming out of the apartment.
Yes.
Okay. And do you see Styron Robinson in court today?
I believe I just saw him over the computer screen.
Would you please stand and identify him?
Standing straight ahead or sitting straight ahead next to the young lady in green wearing the gray blazer.
Okay. Please let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant, Styron Robinson.
Yes.
Okay. And is that the same Styron Robinson that you arrested in relation to this particular case?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Mignot, do you have any questions for Investigator O'Hare?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Good morning, Investigator O'Hare.
Good morning, ma'am.
I'm Marcia Mignon. I represent Mr. Robinson. As it pertains to the fugitive squad, your duties are to go pick up people who warrants are issued for, correct?
Correct.
And the name fugitive does not necessarily mean that someone's on the run, correct?
Correct.
And sometimes a warrant is issued for a person and they're not even aware that the warrant was issued.
That's correct.
As it pertains to notifying someone, sometimes you can notify the person, hey, there's a warrant, and the person comes in, now you don't have to go out, right?
We do that sometimes, correct.
Now, as it pertains to this video, you did not find any yellow sneakers associated with the Wiley Street robbery, correct?
I was looking for basically an individual. I wasn't looking for yellow sneakers, so I did not.
Okay. You didn't find any marijuana wax that you could connect to the Wiley Street?
I did not, no.
You didn't find any guns that were connected to the Wiley Street incident?
Which location?
This high rise that we're looking at, the video counsel just showed you, states 23.
You're free to answer that question.
So repeat the question for me.
Okay.
So I'm clear.
So when you went to this location, sir, did you find anything that you gathered that you said, hey, this is connected to the Wiley Street robbery? This is what came from the Wiley Street robbery.
That's a different question than you asked, which is fine. And so you should feel free to ask that and to answer that.
So am I free to answer either question?
No, she has withdrawn the previous question about guns. And so now the question is, was there anything that you were able to say, oh, I can tell that came from the Wiley Street robbery?
Yes, Your Honor. No, I did not locate it.
Okay, thank you, sir. As it pertains to States Exhibit 33, this property does not belong or is not owned by my client, Mr. Robinson, correct?
Correct.
This property, Mr. Robinson, my client, does not live at this property that we just saw in the video.
As far as I know, that's correct.
My client was not present at the property on November the 22nd, 2019, in that video that we saw, correct?
Correct.
And there was nothing connecting my client to that property on the day you went there, November the 22nd, 2019.
That's correct.
So that clip that we just looked at in State's Exhibit 33 has absolutely nothing to do with Mr. Robinson or Mr. Robinson being taken into custody, correct?
On the 22nd, that's correct.
Nothing further, Judge.
And turning to the accused, sir, do you have any questions for Investigator O'Hare?
No, sir.
All right, any redirect?
In regards to a question posed back, well, never redirect, Your Honor.
Okay, any questions from the jurors? Seeing no cards? Yes, it's fine. I don't want to misread you. You guys are kind of stealth question writers. Like, I had no questions, and then. I couldn't remember when we did those. You stayed out here for the, okay. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I need you to step outside for a quick moment. We are going to have a break after we're done with Investigator O'Hare, because I need to give several people here a break. But this is a mini one, so go back there, don't talk about the case, and we'll get you right back in. It's not a whole bunch of questions. Mr. Haas?
Yes, Your Honor.
My wrap's almost ready. I'm going to need some help, guys. I envision a collaboration of epic proportions. Somebody from the record label, maybe if you could just chime in right now and offer some assistance, we might need that. 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 verses. 5 verses is all. No rap battles. No, I can't do a rap battle. I can't.
We're about to get one.
Spit them off the top of my head.
So, Mr. Hiles, because of the poor setup in my courtroom, I can't see the videos very well that play just on that screen. I'll work to fix that another time. Did the segment of the video that you played show what you described to me about 3 people sneaking out and women flaring away from Mr. Pritchett?
I didn't play that segment of the video.
Okay, so the jury has right now no information that there were other people temporarily detained at the time Mr. Pritchett was taken into custody.
They do not.
Okay, all right. Ms. Mignot, I don't mean this critically, I'm just observing you created some confusion by asking a question about guns and everyone got tense. And then now clearly the jurors want to know about it. My inclination is to limit the follow-up for Investigator O'Hare simply to whether he at any point recovered anything in connection with the robbery. That's one of the questions, not just when you got Mr. Pritchett, but were there other times when Investigator O'Hare was working on this case and recovered anything in connection with the robbery? Answer being no, he's on the fugitive squad. That's not what he does. But I think that's a legitimate question, so I intend to ask that. I don't intend to ask anything about the firearms. Do you have any objection to that?
No, because I was going to ask for the firearm questions to be excluded.
Okay, you realize how close you got to opening that door.
I wanted to focus, because I want to make the record clear. I wanted to focus on the fact that Mr. Robinson is not in this arrest video, is not part of this arrest video, and that nothing connected to the Wiley Street robbery, such as any guns that were used at the Wiley Street robbery.
But we don't know that. I mean, that's the problem. I mean, we don't need to litigate this because you step back from it. But just my thought is, if you ask for things to be excluded, you should stay super far away from them when you're asking, because I think there's a good faith argument to be made that the gun that was recovered from the young lady who peeled away from Mr. Pritchett could be circumstantially connected to the robbery. That's the state's theory, but I told them to stay away from it. Just going forward, if you say, please keep something out, I need you to then not dance too closely to it, because I said it should stay out. And now the jurors, wait, what about guns? But we're not going to go there.
Understood.
Great.
She almost
Mr.
opened
Pritchett,
the door.
Any objection to excluding the 2 questions about guns and asking the 1 question about whether Investigator O'Hare at any point during his work on the case identified anything associated with the Wiley Street robbery? Okay, that's what we're going to do.
You may
Let's bring the jurors in, please.
If you will bring the jury.
Next break, which I believe is at 1.
Normally, we don't talk about the questions right in front of you. Different setting.
I think we have an hour before our next break. Not sure when we're going to get to give the song a go. I need somebody to lay down like a legitimate track. I don't care if you use like Apple, what's it called, GarageBand or something, but I need a beat. It's 4/4. I think it's an 8.
All right, everyone else can be seated. Investigator O'Hare, did you at any point in your work on this case, which sounds like was limited to fugitive work, but at any point, did you come across anything that you had reason to believe was proceeds from the alleged armed robbery home invasion at Wiley Street?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Do you have any follow-up to that, Mr. Hiles?
Were you looking for anything, or were you just looking for arrests?
I was looking for the body, the individual.
Meaning Robinson at one point and Pritchett at another point?
Yes, Your Honor. Sorry,
Okay.
I wasn't clear
That's,
on that.
that's all right. Not a dead body.
No.
All right. Okay. Ms. Mignot, do you have any follow-up for Investigator O'Hare?
Just so you were not looking for Mr. Robinson at that location, correct?
That day,
Yes.
we were looking for both of them.
Okay, and you found Mr. Pritchett,
Correct.
and Mr. Robinson was not there.
He was not there that day.
Thank you.
And turning to the accused, sir, do you have any follow-up for Investigator O'Hare?
You had a warrant to look for that body, correct?
I'm sorry, Mr. Pritchard. Yeah, the mask maybe.
Did you have a warrant at the time to look for that body?
I did.
The warrant shown to the body of the individual?
At what point? I'm just trying to make sure I'm understanding your question.
If you had him in custody or any point?
You talking about yourself?
Yes.
To be truthful, it's been so long. I'm sure we showed you the warrant at some point. I can't tell you for a fact. I know at some point you were made aware that you had an active warrant for your arrest.
Don't know. No further question.
Just for standard operating procedure, if you and a fugitive squad are taking someone into custody, you obviously explain who you are, but is it standard to say, and here's a copy of your warrant, or is that the detective for whom you were doing the work, or that's just not part of your SOP?
We will not physically actually show them a copy of the warrant. We'll advise them what they're being taken into custody for. And typically involving cases such as this, they'll be transported to headquarters. We allow the detective at that point to start reviewing stuff with the case.
Okay, got it. Thank you, sir. You're free to go. Appreciate your time. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a brief break. I know you've had lots of brief breaks, but that's just sort of how the ebb and flow is with your questions and the witnesses. But I need to make sure that the lawyers and the court reporter get a break. We worked through your morning break on a couple things. So 5-6 minutes, you'll know, because Deputy Gordon will try to corral you all. And again, we're going to break for lunch around 1. I promise we'll break for lunch, but it'll be around 1. This isn't the lunch break, but feel free to eat all the snacks you want. And if you're ever running low on anything that we normally stock, like don't say I need Cadbury chocolate. That's not naturally back there, but whatever's been back there, we ought to be able to get more. Not necessarily strawberry Nutri-Grain bars. If the set they bring, we get them from Central Command. We may get apple next, but we'll restock what we can. All right. I don't think I mentioned the K-Cup-B type machine. That's for you as well. I don't know what kind of things we stock.
The defendants
over here,
like
your own K-Cup in, that will get through
I
security.
got a bologna sandwich
go
for
crazy
breakfast.
with your own K-Cups. Okay. Don't talk about the case. We'll see you in a little bit.
All right, sure.
Defendants like, can you bring us some? Those sound delicious. It's been a hot minute since I've had a apple turnover. The pay must suck. What's the pay in Georgia for jurors? I think all the money's going towards the treats.
You almost got the gun in after all. Who's your next witness so we can be preparing during the break?
Out loud.
All right. People know what's coming. Anything from the state before we break?
How long will lunch be? Because I had a witness coming at 1 that I do not want to come till, I'm gonna tell you, I don't want to wait as long.
So 2 things. I can't imagine we'll be done with Maldonado before we break for lunch. But I hope to have us start up at 2. I will leave drug court graduation. I've asked to have my graduates go first so that I can celebrate their success and the other judges can do the others. So I would have your person here no earlier than 2, but probably not later than 2:30.
2:20.
That's right within the zone of safety. Ms. Mignot, anything on behalf of Mr. Robinson before we take a quick break?
No, you're right.
All right. And Mr. Pritchett? All right. See everyone in a minute or 2.
All right. I'm not sure. I don't have any good songs to. No, that one doesn't work. Okay, I've got the rhymes. I've got 5 verses down. Which I need to sort of fine tune a little bit, but let me just tell you that I tried to write this in true rap style, where I overinflate my greatness and put everyone else down. I think that's important to make it qualify as rap. So it's very braggadocio type. Has a little bit of innuendo in there, not so much that you have to cover the kids' ears, but here we go. Don't clip this. Make it into something better. Okay, here we go. I wake up in the morning wearing headphones. I'm running court into your brain like it's an end zone. My money's green like the pickles and you want some. Don't interrupt because I don't want your lame objection. From Letitia to Murda, I think I've seen it all. From picking out juries to the moment the gavel falls. The judge takes the bench and the bailiff yells, "All rise and pay respect to the one and only goat of true crime." Imitators try, but they just can't achieve. And when they fail, be like, "Ow, I stepped out of B." They take the stand, and the jury chooses not to believe because there will never be another creator like me. Big deal in one corner and the count in the other. We got the judge reading chat while we talk to the lawyers. All our clips go viral because they're too good not to share. Come in late, check the thumbnail because you'll find it all there. They say I'm addicted to rhyme, but that's more than just time, and the mic is hot. The gavel drops, and I'll be talking about crime. Don't you worry about the sound because I'm keeping it real, just like a pickle jar. But I'm one big deal. I can't do a mic drop. That's the best I got. So there we have. So I'll send somebody the lyrics. Can somebody please make that into something a little bit better? That shouldn't take much. Oh my goodness. Anyway, I'll post the lyrics somewhere. How about that? You guys can play with it. Don't change the lyrics. That's all we got. If we can make this into a legitimate song, this will be my intro for sure. Matthew, I see you stepping up to the challenge. Let's see. I'm going to post these in Canva, and then we'll share the link. So if anybody wants, let's use the Canva link we have right now. Just 1 second. Copy. I want to see the rap. I can't rap against Mike. He's from Chicago. He was born rapping. Gotta find the thumbnail. Just 1 second. Oh, there it is. Let's page 4 on the thumbnail. I'm going to add some text. I'd ask that you don't change the text at all, but there we go. Okay. Now I'm going to give you a link to share. This is just a view-only share on this one. Let's see. If I say can view... let me know if this gets rid of everybody's privileges. So just 1 second here. Okay. I can lock a page. Let me see if that works. Page 4. Page 4 is the page where we have. Let's see. Let me lock that one. Locked the page. Okay, so we do have the edit turned on. So I think you're still able to edit everything, hopefully. Where can I buy on iTunes? I don't know. If somebody steals it, then they will probably make something much better with that than I did, because I'm not a rapper, nor I don't think I ever have a future in rap. But this court it inspires me to greatness, and apparently this is the way to become great. Big Dill is my rap name. That is my rap name. Now I'm leaving. My mind needs a break. What's hilarious is more people have now heard Recovery Addict rap than young bands. Ayden. Rayler Swift, yeah. I want to hear some great. I want to hear some mix-ups, some collaborations. Oh, we've got people calling already. Here we go.
Call from BAP.
BAP, this is RA. How are you doing?
Yeah, I just called in real quick to say, as a true connoisseur of hip-hop and all things rap, I think you did a good job, like a really good job.
Oh, thanks for your kind words. I know I don't have much talent in this department. And
I really think you did good.
I think the lyrics have potential, but it can use some improvement. Thank you very much for that, BAP, though. I appreciate it.
I mean, it's not like Notorious B.I.G. or whatever.
No, it's more like
a great job.
Big D-I-L-L is more what it's like.
Exactly,
yeah.
Big D-I-L-L. But I was saying, the next time you rap, after you finish, you have to say that you spit hot fire.
Hot fire.
Yep.
Okay,
That's
I'll do that.
An obligatory phrase, okay?
Okay, I'll add that to my repertoire. Thank you very much.
All right.
We'll see
Bye.
you. Bye. There we go. Apparently, right now, we're on our non-official poll. 100% of the people who've listened to this think it's great. Thank you, BAP. Mrs. RA and all the kids are gone. They don't know I've done this, and nobody needs to tell them. Guys, nobody needs to tell them. This can just be, our little private moment that's not shared anywhere else. Just pick up your beat a little. It's got to go a little faster. It's got to go faster. It needs to be a little more consistent. The words, I changed them around and I tripped over them a few times, but I'll see if we can get some garage bands beat underneath it. Notorious Dill. I've got most of the recording studio right here. I mean, I've got multi-track recording and different instruments. I've got a full drum kit upstairs that I can plug in digitally to do it. I'm not good on all those things. Fulton County pays $25 per diem per day, $25 a day, and all the free treats and water and K-cups you want, which is pretty impressive. Okay, let me see if I can send you the lyrics here real quick. I have to admit, I'm sort of jealous. You know, the Umbrella guy, he's got that intro that is absolutely incredible. If you know, you know, right? It's amazing. Hang on, someone's knocking on my door. 1 second. FedEx delivery. Our equipment arrived, at least some of it. We're still missing the keyboard, but this is from Sweetwater. Here, let me show you. I'll show you the opening here. I've never done like an unboxing here before. Okay, so came to me. And I said it comes from Sweetwater, and they do. They send you this bag of candy that says "Our sweet way of saying thank you," and it has like little goodies in there, sweets. No Nerds ropes in here that I can see. Some Smarties, a bit of honey, a little peppermint, and a fruit chew, and it looks like a Dad's root beer candy. Happy Gear Day. It's always a happy gear day. Ooh, they sent me another Sweetwater sticker. I've already got one on my case, but got a new sticker. It's good. Add that to the collection. And last but not least, we have our Cloud Dock 2. Cloud Dock 2 is our storage drive, our NAS storage drive that allow us to record and replay everything once we get our keyboard, which is our last thing. Weather Watch, am I ignoring your comment? Again, looking for a new podcast partner. I'm thinking we have new podcast music coming up. Okay, was it the cops because you're now in a gang? Okay, look at page 3. What is page 3 on the thumbnail? Sorry, let's go back to where we were, and I'll check out page 3 really quickly. 1, 2, 3. Rag big deal. I like it. I like it. Oh, there's a ton of people in here. That's cool. Okay, where are we? No audio from court right now. The mics have been turned off for the break. If I had a penny for each time Weather Watch threatened to get a new podcast partner, I would not have to do YouTube for a living. Oh, man. Weather Watch is now obligated to do a remix. We are on break. It's a short break. We've got one more witness coming in. This is a witness. I guess they're not bringing the gun in. They didn't bring the gun in for the last witness. I think we've got another police officer. I also think the state is nearly done with their case, which is crazy because it seems like we just started. But they expect to possibly rest today, which is going to be super exciting. Need a big dill sticker. You guys, I have zero. You just saw the full limits of my rapping ability, which is the bar is low. I have even less talent when it comes to creating artwork. I need help with that. Can we get the lyrics to music and add it to the intro video? Yeah, the lyrics, I posted the link. I posted a link right here in chat. I'll do it again. That won't work. Did it wrong. If you go to the thumbnail, the link, page 3, has the lyrics to my little rap that I wrote. I don't know, does somebody have the thumbnail link? Let me see if I can find it again. Just one sec. Oh, here it is. I got it. Share. If you're in here with the, if you come in to view this, make sure you don't change the, don't do any changes unless you know what you're doing on the thumbnail. Okay, we don't want everybody to just tear it apart. There's a lot of work that's gone into it so far. So I'll say that and download. Somebody added a video to the thumbnail, which makes it a little weird to download. I can only download PNGs, which is a still image. Oh, I forgot to give you the link. Here we go. There's the link to the Canva. On page 4, if you scroll down on that thumbnail, the top is a thumbnail, which is a work in progress. It's a collaborative work. But if you scroll down, you can get to page 4, which is the rap lyrics. And make something great. Snoop Addict. Oh, man. Hey, 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 hey. Court every day. Watching what the mods are talking about, and my mods are the best. They're absolutely the best. Oh, sorry. Back. We are going to fast forward just a little bit here because we're just a tiny bit behind, like a couple minutes. Thanks for that. Whoever just sent me that, fast forward because court's been back. I waited too long. Sorry. So we're still 5 minutes later. So there we go.
You swear affirm the testimony you will give.
A little further back. There we go. Sorry. Next break, I'll catch up. We're 8 minutes behind.
All right, so the jury.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue with the state's presentation of its case. Your next witness, Mr. Hiles, is?
Detective called Carlos Maldonado, investigator with the city of Atlanta.
All right, detective, come on up, please. And good afternoon.
Yeah. You swear affirm that the testimony you will give the whole truth. That's what you said.
I am.
You know, I see. Can you say your name for the record?
My name is Carlos Maldonado. Carlos is Carlos, and Maldonado is Maldonado.
All right, Mr. Maldonado, where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department, as well as the Federal Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
And what is your capacity at the City of Atlanta Police Department?
My capacity at the City of Atlanta Police Department is a sergeant in the aggravated assault unit.
Okay. And where were you, or how long have you been in that unit?
I've been with this unit since summer of 2021.
Okay. And how long have you been employed at City of Atlanta Police Department?
And I've been with the City of Atlanta Police Department. It'll be 12 years this coming August.
Okay. And are you post-certified?
I am.
Okay. And have you been post-certified the entirety of your employment with the City of Atlanta?
I have.
Okay. Where were you employed, or where were you positioned inside the department on November 8th, 2019?
On November 8th, 2019, I was assigned to the robbery unit with the City of Atlanta Police Department.
Okay. And what were your duties inside the robbery unit?
With the robbery unit, at the time of its structure, we investigated all armed robberies within the City of Atlanta, as well as all bank robberies, regardless of whether a weapon was used or not.
Okay. How long did you spend in the armed robbery unit?
I was promoted in 2018, and I left in probably about a year and a half.
Okay. Why did you leave the armed robbery unit?
I was transferred to the homicide unit.
All right. Were you ever assigned a case that occurred on November 8th, 2019 at 1040 Wiley Street?
I was.
Okay. And how did you come to have that case assigned to you?
Sure. The way cases come into the robbery unit is there's a rotation. Essentially, the first detective gets assigned a case and the next one goes. So it's pretty much balanced out for workload to make sure the detective can adequately spend time on each case. And so the next case that I was due was this case, which occurred at 1040 Wiley Street.
Okay. Do you recall what day you were assigned the case?
I believe it was November 11th of 2019.
Okay. You sure?
Yes.
Okay. What do you do when you're assigned a case?
So the first thing I do as a detective is to read the incident report. The responding officer that answers the 911 call writes a report based on their observations of what they saw at the case. In this case, because of the severity of a crime, overnight detective, in this case, because of the hours of when the crime occurred, responds and does some preliminary information that the detective would normally do if the incident occurred during daytime hours when the robbery unit actually works. So not only did I read the incident report of the responding officer, but I read some of the notes of the responding detective and reviewed body camera footage of responding officers. And then after that, my goal was to speak to the actual victims of the crime. There were questions that may not necessarily have been asked by the responding detective or officer that I wanted to ask and see if there's anything, even the smallest detail that they could offer that could potentially point me in a direction for this case.
All right. So what were you told initially by the responding officers, how were you, prepared for this investigation?
Sure. All the information that I received from the responding officer was from the incident report, which was generated by that responding officer.
Okay. And so when you picked up this investigation, what was your first move?
Sure. My first move was to reach out to all the victims in this case. In this case, there were 7 victims, to get their firsthand recollection of events and see if there's anything they could offer that could assist me in my investigation.
Okay. And were you able to talk about all of the victims or talk with all the victims in this case?
I was not all of them.
Okay. Eventually, did you speak with them?
There were 2 that I never had the opportunity to speak.
Okay. And who were those 2?
It was going to be a Mr. Buckingham and a Mr. Walker.
Okay. Now, what was the first break that you had in this case?
Sure. There were 2 of the victims in this case that I spoke with that offered information that really gave me a lead to follow up on. I was speaking with Mr. Hooper, and he gave me a rundown of the events that happened. But there was one question at the end of the interview that I asked him that led me into a direction to follow. I asked him if there was anything that I didn't ask him that he thought could be helpful in my investigation, and he said that there was. He said that there were two girls that arrived at the party, but it was interesting because he knew one of them. He stated that he wasn't sure of her name, but that he went to Milton High School and she was a year younger than him, and she attended the school.
I'm gonna stop you there. You're doing great, but so just will you give an outline of the facts as you understood them as you were beginning this investigation, so you can further explain why you made each move?
For sure. So according to the victims, they were at a house party at the address at 1040 Wiley Street. The incident location was an Airbnb. The various victims were from all over the place. You had victims from Atlanta, victims from California, victims from North Carolina, and the person who rented the Airbnb, Mr. Riggs, rented this so that everyone could come together and hang out because they hadn't seen each other in a while. The victim stated that—
Your Honor, it appears that this witness is reading from a document throughout his testimony, and I would object to that.
Okay, so Detective, if there is something that you're using to refresh your recollection, number one, everyone, not the jurors necessarily, but it's not a problem if they do, but the lawyers need to know what you've got in front of you. And if you do need to, then so the record's clear, you need to let us know when you're pausing to refresh your recollection with whatever it is in front of you. So let's start by having Mr. Hiles make a record of what's in front of Investigator Maldonado, if you want something to be in front of him.
Okay. So Investigator Maldonado, one, were you reading from your report?
I was not.
Okay. For your assistants, do you have a copy of your report in the case notes you made from that report, should you need to refresh your recollection?
Yes, it is in front of me, but I have not read from it.
So until you need that report to refresh your recollection, could you please set that off to the side?
Yes.
And you will get it if we need it again.
Thank you for clearing that up, Mr. Hiles. You may continue.
Okay. I guess.
Sure.
I'm explaining the facts as you understood them. Yes. When you started investigating.
The incident location at 1040 Wiley Street was actually an Airbnb that was rented by an individual, Mr. Riggs, who was trying to get a place so everyone could come together to hang out because they hadn't seen each other in an extended period of time. That incident location was at 1040 Wiley Street. The individuals were having a party that started going towards the early morning hours. The party, according to their testimony, or sort of their account to me, was that it was starting to wind down at the end of the night. It was about 1:30 in the morning when two white females came to the party, and it seemed as if no one knew who actually invited these people to the party. They came inside, and while everyone in the party was interacting amongst themselves, these two females appeared to be more interested in the house itself. According to the victims' accounts, they were going to, just kind of walking into the kitchen, walking into a different room, and one of them asked to see upstairs. All the victims in the party were located downstairs, with the exception of Mr. Riggs, who had walked upstairs because he said the party was already starting to wind down. At that point in time, the victims stated that one of the females just left the party. The victim, Mr. Carmody, said that he saw one of the females, as soon as she exited the house, took off in a dead sprint down the street. And he thought that it was weird, but didn't really pay any sort of paying mind or attention to that. Shortly thereafter, two masked gunmen came into the party. They came in with firearms drawn and ordered everyone to get on the ground. There was one victim, his name is Mr. Gattani, who was acting as a DJ for the party. They immediately came to him and were shouting, "Where is the money?" And one person took a pistol, which is more of like a rifle platform, kind of like a mini Draco or a mini AK-47, if you're familiar with what that is, and pistol whipped him in the head. He stated that the force was so much that it knocked him down onto the couch. Then he was repeatedly asked, "Where's the money?" searched, and then hit multiple times again. While one of the gunmen was doing this, the other then went upstairs to where Mr. Riggs was located.
I'm gonna stop you there. I appreciate your summary. So when you began, you knew that you were investigating, you had the facts of a home invasion style robbery.
Yes.
Okay. And what evidence did you begin to collect?
So the evidence that I began to collect was the statements from the victims.
Okay.
And then my goal was to try and locate who these females were and attempt to speak with them. because after I received some video footage from the overnight responding detectives of a Ring camera, which is right outside of the Airbnb, we could see that the time frame between the females arriving to the party, the one departing, and the two gunmen coming into the party was a very small amount of time. And at the time, I wasn't exactly sure if the females had involvement, but I wanted to speak with them to see if I could figure out if they did or if they didn't, to confirm or dispel that notion.
Okay, and if you turn your attention to the screen in front of you, I'm going to be.
You should press the little button that says stay muted.
Is it a touchscreen?
It is a touchscreen.
Okay.
I wouldn't ask you to touch it.
Sure. I didn't know if there was a mouse.
It's going to shock you.
So I'm gonna show you footage that's been marked as State's Exhibit 22, and I'm going to play a video that has been entitled inside of that video footage as Girls Arrived. Is that the video footage, surveillance footage in the girls that you were initially trying to identify?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you go about trying to identify the girls?
In my interviews with the victims, I was trying to see if anyone knew who these females were.
Okay. And did any of the victims ever tell you that they knew who either of the two females are?
Yes.
Okay. And which one?
That was Mr. Hooper.
Okay. So tell us now the process from which you and Mr. Hooper identified one of the females. And which female did you identify?
Sure. So there was my conversation with Mr. Hooper. He stated that he went to Milton High School, and one of the females was a year younger than him. He stated that he attended this high school between the years 2014 and 2016, and that her name, as best of his recollection, was Caroline or Coraline, something to that effect. So I traveled to Milton High School, asked to speak with the principal and the SRO, and asked for access to the yearbooks from those years.
Let me stop you right there. What is an SRO?
An SRO is a school resource officer. So it is a police officer that is assigned to a particular school. They handle law enforcement duties at the school, as well as just interacting with the kids on a daily basis.
Okay. And after you asked to speak to the principal and the SRO, what happened next?
Sure. I was granted access to those yearbooks from those years.
Okay. And tell the jury how you went about trying to identify this individual through the yearbooks.
So going off the information that Mr. Hooper provided about a Caroline or a Coraline, I found 12 different females, white females, whose names were some sort of variation of that. And I took a photograph with my city cell phone of just that picture with no name involved whatsoever. And then I took all 12 of those photographs and met Mr. Hooper at his residence, which is still in the general vicinity of Milton High School. I had him look at all those photos and asked him if he recognized anyone. And he said that he didn't. I then asked him if he had any more free time, and he said he did. And so I actually drove him to the school to look at the set of yearbooks. And then.
Okay. Was it Mr. Hooper, you said?
Yes.
Okay. When you drove Mr. Hooper to the Milton High School, did you pull the yearbook off the shelf?
They was actually still in the office.
Okay. And did you have Mr. Hooper go through that yearbook?
I did.
Okay. And what'd you find?
He pointed out one individual, and the name under the photograph was Lauren Riley, and said that this is the girl who I saw at the party.
Okay. And what was after you identified Lauren Riley as being one of the potential females that arrived to the party, what was your next step?
Sure. I spoke with the principal, I was thanking him for his assistance, and he says, I've got some information for you regards to Miss Riley. He was able to provide me name, a date of birth, and then one of the other administrators there was able to provide with me a social media handle for Miss Lauren Riley. In fact, it was an Instagram social media profile, and her name was Lauren Riley on Instagram.
Okay. What did you do once you were able to determine an Instagram handle for Miss Riley? How did you track her? Did you track her down?
I did.
How did you track her down?
Sure. So I took the Instagram, I went back to the office and started doing some research on Miss Riley. Started going through her photographs, see if there's anything that was of noteworthy. And I noticed that there was a picture of her next to a silver Mercedes Benz. In addition to retrieving this ring footage, I was able to speak to a neighbor on the street who had some surveillance cameras outside of his house. And there was one that stood out because there was a silver Mercedes Benz that was just cruising around the neighborhood. It arrived roughly around the same time that the girls ended up going to the party. But there was almost like a 30-minute stretch where the car was just creeping around the neighborhood with no lights on. That stood out to me as well. And so I made sure to see if there's any way I could find an identifying label for that car, such as a license plate or a VIN. Using a law enforcement investigative database, I was able to type in Miss Riley's information and saw that she was issued a citation for a traffic violation, I believe by the Marietta Police Department. And on that citation, I was able to get the license plate for the car. I was able to pull up through a license plate reader by entering in her license plate a daytime image of that Mercedes Benz. I pulled up a daytime image, a nighttime image of historical data just from a not involved area close to this crime, just to get an idea of what the car looked like. And that image of that car appeared to be resembling the one that I saw in the video footage from the neighbor's surveillance footage. At that point in time, I knew that I wanted to try and speak with Ms. Riley. I attempted to go to her address. I put a card on her door. But at the same time, my investigation continued into who this potential second female could be. One of Lauren Riley's photographs was a picture of a female who the caption stated Lauren and Lindsay, and there was a ring emoji next to it. That female matched some of the descriptions that was provided by the victims. In fact, one of the victims, Ms. Mears, stated that she could kind of describe that female, described her as maybe a 5'4", kind of somewhat not heavy, but a little bit chubby female with darker hair. That female in the photograph on Instagram with Lauren Riley's profile appeared to match that description. And there were several photographs of the two of them together on various occasions. So it wasn't just one photograph.
Okay. So were you able to develop a full name for this other individual?
I was. The victim.
How did you develop that name?
Sure. The victim, Ms. Mears, was able to call me a couple of days after this incident, said that she had been doing some digging on trying to figure out who this female was. And she was able to supply me with a Instagram handle for the second female. I would have to refer back to my notes to get the full Instagram handle, man.
Sure.
And when you say your notes, this would be a report, something that's been disclosed.
Yes.
It's not like some handwritten notes that you've kept in a drawer until now.
No, Your Honor, it would be my actual case notes that were supplied.
Okay.
Okay.
This guy's pretty good.
And the profile for that female was _ Lindsay K. And Ms. Mears stated that she believed the last name, according to her, was Kalis. She spelled it out Kalis. Just like I did the research with Miss Lauren's profile, I started going through the Instagram and I found a birthday post that was posted showing that she was celebrating being 19 years old.
I'll smile on it. Sorry.
You don't want this guy to stalk you.
You're doing great speaking to the jury, but for Ms. Rivers' purposes, will you try to speak into the microphone a little bit? Thank you.
Sure. So there was a birthday post showing how she was celebrating being 19 years old. And that birthday post was made on August the 10th. I was able to do more research on law enforcement resources where we can type in people's information. There's one in particular, which is called Akron. It's a LexisNexis product. And I was able to find a full name of a female with Lindsay Kalish with that DOB, with that date of birth of 8/10/2000.
And at this point, after you developed the names of these two individuals, what did you do next?
Sure. As I had previously stated, I had dropped off a card over at Miss Riley's residence, but I did the same thing with an address that I located for Miss Kalish. Put a card there, and then a short while later, I had received a phone call from the females that were together. And I explained to them that I was just covering all my bases. I was investigating an incident that took part at a party, and I was trying to speak to every single person who was at that party. Whether there was any big information or any small information, anything might be helpful. And I asked if they could come to Atlanta Police Headquarters so I could conduct an interview with them.
Okay. And did those two comply with your request to come to the Atlanta Police Headquarters?
They did.
Okay. And what transpired once the two females arrived?
Sure. Once the two females arrived, myself, another detective, Detective Burgess, we brought them up to the 3rd floor, which is where we have our interview rooms, and they were placed in 2 separate rooms. I went to speak to Ms. Riley, and Detective Burgess spoke with Ms. Couch.
Okay. And initially, when you spoke with Ms. Riley and Ms. Kalish, did they appear to be forthcoming?
Initially, they did not.
Okay. Do you remember, let's start with Ms. Riley. Do you remember her initial statement in what you did not believe to be forthcoming about it?
Yes.
Okay, and what would that be?
So I had asked Ms. Riley just some basic questions. What was her name? Where she go to school at? Where she lived? Things like that. And then I asked her what happened the night of the party. And Ms. Riley stated that she was at another party in Marietta with Ms. Kalish. That was a party hosted by a teammate. The two then decided they got a Snapchat. Ms. Riley stated that she had some friends who shared a Snapchat of a party. And then Ms. Kalish also received a Snapchat from Mr. Riggs about the same party. And they wanted to go to this party, and they took a trip from Marietta to Atlanta to go to the party. They said that when they arrived to the party was pretty much dead. Ms. Riley initially stated that she couldn't find her keys and that she was asking Ms. Kalish, hey, can you help me find my keys? They were searching the house. And then she realized that she had her keys and then went back to her vehicle, leaving Ms. Kalish inside of the party. Ms. Riley stated that she needed to charge her phone because it was dead. And the only way she could charge her phone was by charging in the car when the car was on. While she was heading towards the vehicle, she heard screaming, some loud noises, got in the vehicle, and then shortly after was able to pick up Ms. Kalish, and the two of them departed. Ms. Kalish stated that while she was Ms. Riley said that she heard that from Ms. Kalish when she got in the car that something had happened. 2 gunmen came in, she didn't see them, but she got out of there for her own safety.
And all of that explanation that she gave you, was there any admission to any involvement in this robbery?
No, she stated that she went to the party, left, an incident occurred, and then she left.
Okay. And is this Ms. Riley?
Yes, that is Ms. Riley.
Okay. And what about Ms. Kalish? What was Ms. Kalish's initial statement to you?
So Ms. Kalish's initial statement was to Detective Burgess.
Okay. Did you have a chance, were you able to view on a live screen her initial statement and then review it for purposes afterwards, for purposes of your investigations?
I did.
And are you familiar with her initial statement?
I am.
Okay. So what was the initial
And Your Honor,
statement?
we're using her, so if we could just clarify for the record.
Let's do that. Thank you, because we're bouncing back and forth. That's helpful.
That is correct. I should know better for the record. Lauren, are you familiar with Lauren's initial interview?
Yes, I conducted the initial interview with Lauren.
I mean, I'm sorry, Lindsay.
Let's use last names because those don't both start with L. And that's sort of how we refer to folks. So there was the Ms. Kalish interview. There was the Ms. Riley interview.
Ms. Kalish interview. Who testified? You just testified that another officer conducted that initial interview. Who would that be?
That would be Detective Burgess.
Okay. And Detective Perkins, was there a live stream going on that you were able to listen in on Detective Perkins' interview with Ms. Kalish?
I listened to the recorded version because both interviews were taking place simultaneously. I spoke with Ms. Riley and later on viewed a recording of the interview with Ms. Kalish.
So Kalish and Riley were separated, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Once Kalish and Riley came to the APD headquarters for their interview, were they separated instantly?
Yes. Once we brought them up to 3rd floor, I sat Ms. Riley in one room and I sat Ms. Kalish in another.
Okay. And after they arrived, were they able to, would they have been able to communicate with each other, Kalish and Riley, in the 2 separate rooms where you could place them?
Physically, no.
Okay. So what was Ms. Kalish's initial statement from what you remember or reviewed?
Ms. Kalish's initial statement started off the same as Ms. Riley's, that they were at a party and they received a Snapchat for another party. She stated that the person she received a Snapchat from was Mr. Riggs, and that she had attended parties of his in the past, and he extended an invite to a party and told her to bring girls along to the party, and that they went from Marietta to Atlanta for the party. She echoed a similar statement about Ms. Kalish losing something, except that she had stated, I believe it was her phone that she was looking for. At some point in time, she stated Ms. Riley left, and she was left alone in the party. And when all of a sudden 2 gunmen entered into the house, she did not get a look at them because she ran to a bathroom. And at some point in time, she attempted to escape out of a window, was unable to, but then was able to run out and get in the car with Ms. Riley.
Okay. And did you let, after Kalish and Riley gave their initial statements, were they initially free to leave?
Initially they were, yes.
Okay. How far away did they get?
Just to the front lobby.
Okay. So 2 statements were given by, or a statement by Kalish, a statement by Riley. They're allowed to go and they get to the front lobby. What changed?
Sure. So just prior to escorting into the front lobby, I had obtained a search warrant for both of their phones. Presented them the search warrant to seize it. Ms. Riley stated that she couldn't drive anywhere without her phone. She didn't know some directions. And so we were able to get some directions for her to get back to Life University. We brought them down into the front lobby, and I was there with my supervisor, Sergeant Knapp. He was aware, he was watching that previously stated how they are a live streamed video of the interview, and pulled me aside and said, you know, we really should probably press them a little bit more. There is something that they're not telling us. And so we asked them to come back upstairs.
Okay. Did the tone of the interview change once the girls were brought back upstairs?
It did.
And I should clarify, girls, Kalish and Riley, the tone changed. How so did that tone change?
Sure. So myself and Sergeant Knapp conducted both of the second interviews, and we sat in there. Sergeant Knapp was more direct in his questioning, basically saying that, you know, you provided us with this statement, but you're not telling us everything.
Okay. How about yourself when in that second part of the interview? Were you more direct, or were you still playing the same role?
No, it was more direct at this point, to the point where I read Miranda to both of them.
Okay. Briefly, why would you read Miranda?
Sure. So as a law enforcement officer, I can conduct a conversation with anyone that I want. But if you are not free to go during that conversation, there is the perception that if you're not free to go, maybe you are either detained or under arrest. At that point in time, you can start to believe that, you know, things aren't going your way, and that you might give a statement that could be incriminating. So in order for me to make sure that you are well aware of your rights, I have to read Miranda warnings. If I'm going to start questioning and talking to you more so as an accused, you're no longer just having a conversation with me. We're going, it's crossing more of a line of an interview towards an interrogation, if you will.
So did the tone of the interview change to the point where the interviewees, Kalish and Riley, might believe that at this point they're not privileged?
Yes.
Okay. And while Kalish and Riley were there in the second interviews, did you begin to confront them directly with information you had learned throughout your course of the investigation?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how did you confront them?
Sure. We started off with presenting them the video footage of the vehicle. And now the first interview I conducted was Miss Riley, since it was her car.
Okay. How did Miss Riley respond to the being shown the video of her car circling?
Sure. I showed video of the car coming in and parking next to a house. That was prior to the incident actually occurring. In the video, you can't really see the occupants of the car except for a front seat passenger, which can be seen as a white female. That occurred prior to, like I said, time-wise, the actual incident occurring. But in the time period that Ms. Riley stated that she was inside of the house for the party, her vehicle is seen driving around the neighborhood at a very slow pace with no lights on. I ended up confronting Ms. Riley with that information, and she could not explain as to why her car was doing that.
Okay. And while the girls were there, Kalish, Riley, were you able to get entry into their cell phone devices?
Yes.
Okay. And at any point did you ever begin to confront Kalish or Riley with evidence you were real time collecting off of their cell phones?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that?
After the conversation with the two developed, Ms. Riley at one point in time did admit that there were some people that were inside of her car. She stated that she didn't know who these people's names were, but one called himself Baby Slat. And then in the conversation with Ms. Kalish, she stated that there was an Instagram handle. She had social media for some people that were involved in the incident, and that she thought the guy's name, who she referred to as Slime, was an 11-something Slat, but she wasn't sure of that social media profile.
Okay. I'm going to back up just a little bit. We're going to get there, but I guess the next question would be, what and if when did Kalish and Riley ever change their story and admit participation?
The exact point was when, after showing Miss Riley about her car driving around, Sergeant Knapp was basically saying that you needed to come forward, there's nothing that's making sense as to why your car is driving around, and basically broke it down saying that, did you have a gun? And Miss Riley said no. It's like, did you use the gun against anyone? And she said no. It's like, did you take anything from anyone? And she said no. And it's like, so now is your opportunity to tell what's going on, because you weren't the one who physically did it, but you need to explain what's going on.
Okay. And what did Miss Riley tell you?
And Miss Riley stated that she did, along with bring two males to the party with the intention of taking drugs and money from the party, and then stated that she did not realize that a firearm was going to be involved.
Okay. And that was when she was talking with you. Yes. On what date was this?
I'd have to refer back to my notes to get the actual date.
Okay. Go ahead and refresh your recollection, and then we set that back to the side.
And my notes are actually missing that page.
Just so it's not fresh. Yeah.
All right. Do you show Mr. Pritchett?
Pritchett. 4 copies.
When are we going to break for lunch, Joe?
Sure.
And that date was the 16th of November.
Okay. On November 16th, after Lauren started, I guess, admitting to her involvement, did you ever get a name from her as to the individuals, from Riley, as to the individuals who traveled to the party with her?
She stated on her initial account that she generally did not know the names of these individuals, but that one of them called himself Babe Slat.
Okay. And did Kalish ever give you the names of the individuals involved?
She gave me a name that she referred to them as, but did not know their actual name.
What names did Kalish give you?
She stated that one of the males was named Rick, and the other went by what she thought was Slime.
Okay. And did you After Kalish gave you the name of Slime, did you press her any further on the names?
Yeah, she went once again and said that she believed the Instagram handle was 11 something slat for the individual that she knew as Slime.
Okay. And did Miss Kalish ever indicate to you that she might be able to figure out the Instagram if she had her phone?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever give her her phone?
I did not.
Okay. How were you able to, or did you come up with an Instagram profile? Okay. How were you able to come up with an Instagram profile?
Sure. I began looking at the names of people on Instagram that she followed or followed her. And I was looking for something that was along the lines of what she provided. Someone by the name of Rick, and then something along the lines of 11 something slat.
Okay. And when did you ever come up, what profiles did you come up with?
Sure. I found one profile that was, I'd have to refer back to see the actual spelling of it, but the name was Rick Rare, R-A-R-E.
Okay. And did Ms. Kalish ever indicate the involvement of Rick Rare?
Yeah, she stated that he was one of the males involved in the incident and that she would be able to recognize the person known as Rick if she saw him again.
Okay. And did she ever identify Rick Rare for you?
She did.
How did Kalish identify Rick Rare for you?
Sure. Since she had already provided the name of Rick, I took a picture from Rick Rare's profile on Instagram. I printed it out and only made sure that the photograph included him. There were no letters or words or anything associated in that picture. And I presented that photograph to Ms. Kalish to see, hey, is this the same person that you're referring to? And she said that it was.
Okay. How about Baby Slapped?
Sure. Ms. Kalish stated that she probably couldn't recognize him if she saw him again, just that knew that he had crooked teeth. And since she couldn't make an identification off of an image, I took just a screenshot of the top of Instagram, which had just the name of the 1100 baby slat, and presented it to her to make sure that the profile that I was looking at is the same profile that she had been referring to.
Okay. Did you ever show Kalish an image of baby slat attached to that profile?
No, it was just the name, the Instagram handle.
Vanity name?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do after you obtained the names of Rick Rare and Baby Slat?
Sure. So what I did is I took that pictures from both of those profiles, and I sent out a citywide to law enforcement only email asking for people's assistance in trying to identify these people as well. Since one of the Instagram handles had the name Slat in it, which has some sort of gang connotations. It stands for Slime Love All the Time. I sent it also to some gang detectives from various neighboring agencies in the metro area. One person was able to identify the profile for Rick Rare. It was a detective from the city of Atlanta, and he identified him from a previous investigation as Max Pritchett. Max with 2 X's, and I would have to refer back to my notes to get you his date of birth. And then I had a detective from the Cobb County Gang Unit that was able to send some information over, said that there was a post on the profile for 1100 Baby Slat for a child's birthday party. And on that child's birthday, they were able to show the date of the post and how many years old they were and the name of the kid. And I was able to take that name of the kid and enter it once again into a law enforcement database and found that there was a traffic accident in the city of East Point where the child was listed as being an occupant inside of the car. There was a mother of that child who went by the name of Takiria Robinson. And I would have to refer back to get the actual spelling on her name. But then I was able to take Miss Takiria Robinson's name and plug it into our internal Atlanta police database to see if there were any other reports for any sort of males associated with her. And I found one report that had the name of Tyrone Robinson. And I was able to take his name and date of birth, Tyrone Robinson's name and date of birth, and pull up a driver's license photo. And the person depicted in the driver's license photo was the same person depicted in numerous pictures on that profile for 1100 Baby Slat.
Okay. And did you do this process of identifying, putting a physical or a legal name to Baby Slat? During this process, had you even shown Ms. Kalish an image of Baby Slat?
I had not, no.
Okay. So What sort of evidence did you seek after, like, did you just stop your investigation when you had gotten the names Rick Rare associated with Max Pritchett and Tyrone Robinson associated with Baby Slat? Did you stop there?
I did not.
Okay. How did you continue to pursue your investigation?
Sure. First thing I did was do what's called a preservation. I made sure to submit a request to Facebook, who owns Instagram, to make sure that everything on those pages was preserved. So essentially, if I asked them to preserve an account, anything that person deletes off of that account still won't be deleted. It'll be saved. So I put it in preservation, and then I requested a search warrant through a Fulton County judge for all information associated with that account. Pictures, messages, subscriber information, which I was granted and then sent off to Facebook.
Okay. What was the original date of the robbery?
I cannot refer back to the notes. Sure. I want to say it's November 8th, but
Michaela,
yes,
I don't
November
mean
8th, but it happened in the early morning hours.
Right.
Does he comply with the judge?
And what was the day
We're still watching
that
live.
you had determined the name of Tyrone Robinson?
I have to go back to get the exact date.
Yes, if you need to.
If you mean, is he here? Yeah, he's in court. He's still a pro se defendant, but I don't know what the judge asked him to do that he needed to comply with. You're in luck, Bat. Check out the shopping page. I think we have one. I have to run upstairs and get a cord for our new toy. Need a plug to plug it in.
According to my notes, it was the same day as the interview on the 16th.
November 16th?
Yes.
So approximately 8 days after the armed robbery, home invasion, you determined the name of Tyrone Robinson.
Yes.
He hasn't argued with the judge. He's
Did
argued some
you
motions. But
take any other steps in regards to Max Pritchett?
Yes, I did the same for him. I preserved his profile and submitted a search warrant for his Instagram.
Okay. And
be right back. I'm listening.
I want you to explain just a little bit more. I'm going to have you explain the records and how they are preserved and stored, but what does it mean to preserve exactly?
Sure. Without a preservation, if I'm looking at someone's Instagram for an investigation, they can delete something that I may have seen and then it disappears forever. But with the preservation, even if that person thinks of deleting it, it's still saved on a server from that company so that it can be obtained later with a proper judicial order.
Okay. So it basically prevents loss of information. Is that correct?
Yes.
What are the next steps in order to actually obtain the information from Instagram or Facebook at the time? What you are seeking?
Sure. They require a judicial process in order to release information to law enforcement. So in this case, I obtained a search warrant for the information that I had mentioned before: photographs, messages, subscriber information, essentially everything in that account for a specified time period.
Okay. And did you do these steps, obtain the Instagram information for both Kalish and Riley as well?
I did.
And you also did so for Mr. Pritchett and Mr. Robinson, correct?
Yes, all 4 accounts.
What other information did you seek as part of your investigation?
Sure. As I stated before, I had secured a search warrant to seize both Ms. Kalish and Ms. Riley's cell phone, and then also to search the contents of both phones.
Okay. And did you do so?
I did.
So I want to talk about while I'm going to pull up the raw data
for these Instagram records, so you can explain how it's captured and preserved and what that means. But as I'm doing that, 1040 Wiley Street, what county is that in?
Sure, it's in Fulton County.
I'm pulling out what has been marked as State's Exhibit 29, the Robinson Instagram records. So as this sits before you, is that the way that the records are actually returned to you?
Yes, it's sent in a zip file, and when you open it up, it looks just like on the screen that's before me.
Okay. So there appears here to be a PDF. Share it. Can you see this PDF that you just have?
I can.
Okay. What is identified at the top of the PDF?
Sure. At the top of the PDF is the target number associated with the profile, as well as the, like you refer to it as a vanity name, but the Instagram handle of the account.
Okay. And this account, the target number, what is the target number?
So target number is a number that's associated with the life of the profile. So that account name that you see, that 1100 baby slat, or the vanity name, can be changed at any point in time, but that target number stays consistent to the life of the account.
Okay, so is that the unique identifying number that Instagram or Facebook, the owner of these records, attaches to that account?
That's correct.
Okay, can a person ever change that number from their account?
No.
Stop share. Go back to sorry for the screen share, but this is the process that Zoom was like. All right. What is this linked media that is inside this particular account?
Sure. So as part of my request in my search warrant, I asked for photographs, videos, anything that might have been on the profile. And on there are those items.
Okay. And are we still inside these same records that we were just looking at for 1100 baby slat?
Yes.
So whatever target numbers associated in those business records, are those also going to be associated with the linked media?
That's correct.
Go to the linked media. And open up.
Have you tested this?
I have, but
Okay.
it's Zoom.
No, I meant, have you tested it on Zoom? This is a court issue, not a state or defense issue. I'm just curious if you tried playing something from those files through Zoom.
Every time I change a file, Zoom's require me to stop my share and restart. And that's not right. So
That's just not nice.
is displayed off of the linked media tied to the target number.
Yes.
Now, we go back to where it says preservation. What is preservation 1 and preservation 2?
So this can be stuff that may have been deleted, and then sometimes the actual include my actual preservation request.
Okay. So if this incident occurred on, November 8th, 2016, and you did not preserve this until 8 days later, anything that was deleted during those 8 days would not be present in your request. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now that you've explained that, I want to move on. I am going to how long do you want me to go?
I'm not sure what this is. I'll let you know once I find out what that is and whether it's coming in.
Okay, I'm showing you, well, at this time, Your Honor, I'm tendering State's Exhibit 31 is the self-authenticating Instagram returns of Max Pritchett.
Max Pritchett's what?
Instagram returns.
All right, Ms. Mignot, any objection to the admission of States 31?
Only as it pertains to that does not belong to my client. So the answer would be no.
Okay, I haven't heard it represented as belonging to your client, so I see no objection from you. And on behalf of the accused, any objection to the admission of the business records that were authenticated by Instagram?
None other than that me or previous attorneys viewed that.
Okay, I will admit States 31. Were you going to do 32 separately? That's coming in a lot later, or you're not doing 32 at all? I'm just looking at the flow on your.
I don't know if I'm going to do that.
Okay. All right. Are you planning now, would the next thing that you do be a dive into Instagram records that you just entered? In other words, States 31 with this witness?
It would be.
Okay. Then this is a good time for us to take our lunch break. It is about 1:05 or so. You all think you could be back by 2? All right. Someone's decided for you. Yep is the answer. Please don't talk about the case during the break. No outside research or anything like that. And we'll see you back here at 2 o'clock for the continuation of Detective Maldonado's testimony. Thank you.
Okay. Hope this doesn't come back to bite me. Who's this that did this? Who sent me this? Trying to see who I'm talking to.
All right, Mr. Hiles, anything from you on the record before we take our lunch break?
Yeah, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Mignot, anything on behalf of Mr. Robinson before we take the lunch break?
No, Your Honor.
All right, and Mr. Pritchett, anything from you?
Is there any way I can view these records on the book?
Yes, we're going to talk about that. We don't need to get it on the record because that's logistical stuff. I can let Ms. Rivers go. Okay. All right. Detective Maldonado, during the break, just don't talk about your testimony. All right. Thank you, everyone. Let me mute the microphone here.
And the menu is going to be put on the screen for all of you to choose from in just a moment. Before we take a lunch, which they're going to do, I admit, I have not been listening. Rap is my life now. Courtney Meek has a rough cut of the song. I'm pretty sure AI was involved somewhere, but we have a rough cut ready to go. She's given me permission to play this. I will tell you that if you know who, I don't know, say like the Carpenters are, or if you can name all the Beatles, you probably have never listened to music this hard in your life. I'll just lay that out there up front. But hey, rap is rap, and we are about to be blessed with Courtney's amazing skills. Here we go. I don't know how else to preface this. This is hard. You guys ready for this? Okay. First of all, he turned the mics off, right? Are we waiting for anything? Before, I don't want to like bail on court if I thought we were going to lunch. Courtney, who's your inspiration? Who's your main influences? By the way, this is incredible. This is nearly label ready, I would say. Some of you might be like, "Oh, that's pretty tame. I listen to harder stuff than this every weekend." But this is some. It's not screamo, but it's got a beat. Okay, I'm going to tease this out for just a minute because I need to make sure court's done. I don't want to have them start doing some really, spicy debates. Why are we still standing? I didn't pay attention. What is going on? Are we not going to lunch? I thought he said we're going to lunch right now. Judge has like his court graduate thing, drug court graduate ceremony. We're going to play the whole thing. Yes, you can mosh to it. 100%. 100%. This is mosh music. Courtney Meek, I also need to know what your gang name is. Okay, he's turned the mics off. We're going to bail. Are you guys ready for this?
Wake up in the morning wearing headphones. I'm running Courtney to your brain like it's an ant. So my money's green like the pickles. And you want some dough? Interrupt, cause I don't want your lame objection. From lettuce to the murder, look, I think I've seen it all. From picking out trees to the moment the game of balls. The judge takes the bench in the palace. The bells all rise and pay respect to the one and only go to true crime. I'm ready to say it's they tried, but they just can't cheat. And when they fail, they be like, ow, I stepped on a beat. They take the stand and the jury choose not to believe, because there will never be another creator like me. Big deal in one corner and the count in another. We've got the judge reading chat while we talk to the liars. All our clips go viral. They too good not to share. Came in late, check the thumbnail, cause you'll find it all there. They say I'm addicted to rhyme, but it's more than just time. Laying the mic is hot, the cable drops, and I'll be talking about crime. And don't you worry about the sound, because I'm keeping it real. Just like the pickle jar, but I'm one big deal. Running court, running
Keeping it real. One big deal. One big deal. You heard it here first. Courtney, thank you very much for the epic drop. That was the epic drop. Oh, my goodness. Oh, wow. Courtney, we need to talk. I want to tweak it a little bit, but it is amazing. Little gherkin. I'm proud to be a little gherkin, says Cheryl. That is straight fire. I don't know. That was amazing. Courtney, we need to figure out how you do that, because I think you had about 5 minutes to put that together, and it was pretty quick. All right. Well, it didn't kick my stream off, so apparently there wasn't a copyright strike, so we might be good. That it was hard. It was a little bit harder than and it broke my computer apparently. It's twice in one day it breaks. I'm not a big fan of this. Send feedback, yes. So that honestly, Courtney, that's sort of what I had in mind. That's sort of what I had in mind when I wrote the rap. I was feeling that. That was spot on. All right. Let's see. I don't know what to say after that. I'm impressed. Can you play it again once is not enough? I might need to make a couple little changes to it, but keep an eye on the stream time. We're going to take a lunch break before 6 hours, so that's fine. Thanks, Amber. Appreciate that. Amber, one of our great moderators, who got in the excitement of this, has announced that she might be getting an RA Gang tattoo. An RA Gang tattoo. She's getting some ink done in celebration of the big album drop, the forthcoming album. Okay, let's see if I can follow along with the lyrics. Maybe if I can mouth the words. The timing's a little different on the song than what I had initially intended, but we'll give it one more play if that's all right, Courtney. This is absolutely epic. Okay, let's turn some sound up. Here we go. Okay, I'll tell you the words in case you can't hear through the drums and the amazingness of the music. It goes like this. Wake up in the morning wearing headphones. I'm running court into your brain like it's an end zone. My money's green like the pickles and you want some. Don't interrupt because I don't want your lame objection. From Letitia to Murda, I think I've seen it all. From picking out juries to the moment the gavel falls. The judge takes the bench and the bailiff yells, "All arise," and pay respect to the one and only goat of true crime. Imitators try, but they just can't achieve. And when they fail, they be like, "Ow, I stepped on a bee." They take the stand, and the jury chooses not to believe, because there will never be another creator like me. Big Dill in one corner and the Count in the other. We've got the judge reading chat while we talk to the lawyers. All our clips go viral. They're too good not to share. Came in late, check the thumbnail, because you'll find it all there. They say I'm addicted to rhyme, but it's more than just timing. The mic is hot, the gavel drops, and I'll be talking about crime. And don't you worry about the sound, because I'm keeping it real, just like a pickle jar, but I'm one big deal. So those are the lyrics. And Courtney, you really went above and beyond. We're going to play it one more time. This might be our outro. Here we go.
Wake up in the morning wearing headphones. I'm running court into your brain like it's an inch. On my money's green like the pickles. And you want some dough? Interrupt, cause I don't want your lame objection. From lettuce to the murder, like I think I've seen it all. From picking out trees to the moment the game of balls. The judge takes the bench in the palace with bells all rise. And pay respect to the one and only go to true crime. I'm ready to say it's they tried, but they just can't cheat. And when they fail, they be like, ow, I stepped on a beat. They take the stand and the jury choose not to believe, because there will never be another creator like me. Big deal in one corner and the Count in another. We've got the judge reading chat while we talk to the liars. All our clips go viral. They're too good not to share. Came in late, check the thumbnail, cause you'll find it all there. They say I'm addicted to rhyme, but it's more than just time. Laying the mic
I'm one big deal. There's the drop of the album. Courtney, that is absolutely amazing. We need to talk. That is incredible. Mrs. R.A. just came in. She's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? So now I have to play it again for her. We'll get that in just a minute. That was incredible. Thank you, Courtney, for making just, I want to make a couple tweaks. Like the timing is, it's my fault, but I need to get it fixed just a tiny bit. But anyway, wow, they've got strawberries and Jiffy muffin mix and pickles. You got pickles? 2 jars? Spicy maple bourbon?
You got all the blueberry muffin mix except for one.
You bought out the store? Yeah. That's awesome. That's cool. All right, let's make a video now. Yeah, let's do it. Courtney Meek, that is incredible. You got some skill there. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to take a break. We're going to come back. We might come back to that music. We'll see if we can do it. We're going to take a quick break. Somebody's calling. Who was this? Let's see.
Call from Courtney Meek.
Courtney, my partner in music. Wow.
Do what you need to with it.
Is there an app for that, or do you just spit fire?
Actually, I did it on my computer.
Wow.
And not my work computer.
Right. Yeah, you say that because the boss is listening. That's really cool. I'm impressed. Can I play with it? Can I use it? Is that?
Yeah, absolutely. Do what you want to with it. I know some of the words got messed up. Like instead of lawyers, he says liars.
It's the same thing. I mean, did I say that out loud? I got it.
Well, that's why I kind of left it alone because I was like, it fits.
It fits. We'll have to talk. Courtney, that is absolutely amazing. Thank you very much. You understood the assignment, as they say in the modern culture. That was
I did
impressive.
it a couple of different ways, and I had my husband listen to it. I did like an 80s hip hop at first because that's what we grew up with. But I was like, that's a little too slow. Let's add some more bass. So I did all that, and that's what happened. What came up.
That's awesome, Courtney. Thank you so much. We appreciate your hard work in the studio this morning. I'll be in touch.
Problem.
I'll be in touch.
Okay.
Thanks. We'll
All
see
right,
you.
bye-bye.
Bye. All right, now it seems like a bit of a letdown to play this. This seems like the sad piano music in comparison. But we are going to take a quick lunch. We're going to take a quick lunch, and we'll be back. What time did they say they'll be back? Judge has, 2 o'clock? 2 o'clock Eastern is what I heard. Was that right? I think it's 2 o'clock Eastern. Anyway, we're excited. 2 o'clock it is. All right, tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again this afternoon, probably with new intro music. It's kind of heavy metal, bit of rap, yes. Think of the poor people who didn't watch today's stream. They get notification for the afternoon stream, and they come into that song, and they're like, what? Did I? They're sitting in the office thinking there's just nice, easy music in the background. No. It's going to be, we're going hardcore today, apparently. Thank you very much, Courtney. Thank you to all of you who helped out with the rap, with the lyrics. We got tips and lyrics and everything all over the place. So you guys are fantastic. This is the best place to watch true crime, and it's because of you and because of our amazing mods who make it so. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much. We'll see you after lunch. Be good to each other. Bye.